Yo, what's up everyone? It's Gringotts Hub, and today we're checking out, what if Harry found a secret vault containing all 7 Founders' rings and became Sovereign Lord of Hogwarts at age 10, drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Vault. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was exactly 4 feet wide and 6 feet long. Harry knew this because he'd measured it once with a piece of string he'd found in the garden, and then measured it again when he didn't believe the first result. 4 feet. 6 feet. A cot that was more spring than mattress, a single shelf holding 3 books with broken spines, and a cardboard box that served as both a dresser and a desk, depending on the hour. He'd lived in it for as long as he could remember. The Dursleys called it his room, and Harry had long since stopped pointing out the difference between a room and a storage space that happened to contain a person. It wasn't worth the argument, and arguments with Uncle Vernon had a way of ending with Harry's meals getting smaller for a week. So he kept quiet. He read the broken-spined books until he had them memorized. He listened to the sounds of the house, Dudley thundering down the stairs, Aunt Petunia's heels clicking on tile, Vernon's car grinding into the driveway at 6:15 every evening without fail, and he learned to exist in the spaces between those sounds, small and still and easy to overlook. He was good at being overlooked. What he was less good at was sleeping, and on the night of July 30th, the night before he turned 10 years old, he lay on his cot staring at the underside of the stairs and thought about nothing in particular, which was his usual strategy for getting through the dark hours. The wood above his face was old. He knew every knot and grain of it. There was a spot near the left corner where 2 boards met unevenly and had, over years of use, separated enough to show a thin line of black. Harry had looked at that line probably 1,000 times. Tonight, for no reason he could name, he looked at it differently. He sat up. His head nearly caught the low beam, another thing he'd learned to navigate automatically, the way you learn to step around a crack in the pavement. He reached up with 2 fingers and pressed them against the gap between the boards. The wood shifted. He pulled his hand back. His heart was doing something strange, a fast uneven knocking that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with the particular feeling of something that has been still for a very long time suddenly deciding to move. He reached up again, more deliberately this time, and pressed his palm flat against the section of floor above his head. It swung inward like a door. Not upward, the way a trapdoor would. Inward, into a darkness that the cupboard shouldn't have had room for, because the stairs went up on the other side, there was no space for anything to open into, and yet it had, and the air that breathed out from the gap was cool and dry and old in a way that had nothing to do with Privet Drive. It smelled like stone. Like candle wax from candles that had burned out centuries ago. Like something Harry had no word for but that made the back of his teeth ache pleasantly, the way biting into a lemon does. He didn't think about it. He pulled himself up through the gap. The space he dropped into was roughly the size of a large wardrobe. The floor was stone, worn smooth and slightly concave in the center, as though many feet had stood in this exact spot over many years. The walls were also stone, and the ceiling was low enough that Harry, who was small even for a 9-year-old, had to duck his head slightly. There was no light source, but he could see anyway, a faint luminescence rising from the floor itself, pale and blue-white, like moonlight filtered through deep water. In the center of the floor was a stone plinth the height of Harry's knee. On top of the plinth sat a box. It was wooden, dark with age, bound with strips of tarnished metal. On its lid, carved so deeply that shadows pooled in the letters, were 7 words. For the one who was always meant to find this. Harry crouched in front of it. The stone floor was cold through his thin socks. He looked at the box for a long moment, then looked around the small chamber, at the walls, the ceiling, the luminescent floor, and came to the practical, unhurried conclusion that this was either the strangest dream he'd ever had or something real, and either way opening the box was probably the obvious next step. He opened the box. Inside, nested in velvet so dark it looked like a hole in the air, were 7 rings. They were not identical. That was the first thing Harry registered, each one was different in a way that felt deliberate, like words in a sentence rather than items in a collection. The first was gold, heavy and warm-looking, set with a deep red stone in which something moved like fire banked low. The second was silver, simpler, its surface etched with patterns so fine they were nearly invisible, set with a yellow stone that caught the bioluminescent light and held it. The third was gold also but older feeling, set with a blue stone that seemed to reflect the inside of a sky rather than anything in the chamber. The fourth was dark metal, not iron, not steel, something denser, and its stone was green, cool and layered, like water over river rock. The fifth ring was bronze, and its stone was a deep amber, cracked through the middle and repaired with something golden. The sixth was grey metal polished to a mirror shine, and it had no stone, only a hollow in its band where a stone might have been, and in that hollow was a small piece of what looked like ordinary glass, through which Harry could see the velvet beneath it with a peculiar, bending clarity. The seventh ring was the plainest, simple dark wood set in a band of something that wasn't quite metal and wasn't quite bone, and its stone was black, flat, and completely non-reflective. Harry looked at them for a while. Then he picked up the first one. The warmth hit him immediately, not painful, not even particularly dramatic, just warm the way a held hand is warm, the way the first day of proper spring is warm after a long winter. He held it between his fingers and something in his chest turned over quietly, like a page. He picked up the second. Then the third. By the time he held all seven, one ring in each hand and three nestled in his palm and one balanced on his smallest finger, the warmth had become something else, a vibration too low to hear, felt only in the bones of his hands and the space behind his sternum. The pale blue light in the chamber had shifted to white. Harry watched, with the same practical, observational calm that had gotten him through 9 years in the Dursley household, as the 7 rings rose off his fingers, hung in the air before him for exactly 1 second, and then flowed together. They merged the way rivers merge, no drama, no explosion, just a clean irresistible joining. Metal became metal became metal became something new. Stone dissolved into stone. What was left, dropping back onto Harry's right hand with a soft, final sound, was a single ring that was somehow all 7 and none of them, a dark band threaded through with veins of gold and silver and bronze and green, set with a stone that shifted color when he moved his hand, cycling through red and yellow and blue and green and amber and clear and black, never settling, always turning. The light in the chamber went out. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. It was not loud. It was not frightening. If anything, it was tired, the voice of something that has waited a very long time and is simply relieved to be done waiting. The sovereign has awakened. Harry sat down on the cold stone floor, because his legs had decided that was a reasonable response, and looked at the ring on his finger. "Right," he said quietly, to the empty chamber. "What does that mean?" Nothing answered. But somewhere deep in the stone beneath him, beneath Privet Drive, beneath Surrey, somewhere at a distance that wasn't really measured in miles, something shifted. Something old and enormous and made entirely of magic adjusted itself, the way a great building settles when its foundation is finally, properly set. Harry felt it through the soles of his feet. He sat there for a while in the dark, thinking. The ring was warm. The chamber was quiet. Outside, distantly, he could hear Uncle Vernon snoring through 2 floors and a set of stairs. He thought about the words on the box. For the one who was always meant to find this. He thought about the voice, "The sovereign has awakened," and about what sovereign meant, which he knew from one of his broken-spined books, a ruler. A supreme authority. Someone whose power came not from appointment but from right. He thought about the fact that he had found this vault in his cupboard, and about what that probably meant about where his cupboard had been placed, and about who had placed it there, and why. He thought about all of this in a methodical, unhurried way. Then he tucked the thinking away for later, climbed back up through the gap in the floor, and lay back down on his cot. Sleep came quickly, which surprised him. But the ring was warm on his finger, and the warmth was company in a way that was hard to explain, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, the dark didn't feel like something pressing down on him. It just felt like the dark. He was asleep before midnight. He was awake at 6:15 when he heard Vernon's alarm. The ring was still there. He'd half expected it not to be, half expected to open his eyes and find bare fingers and a normal morning. Instead, the ring caught the thin line of light coming under the cupboard door and threw it back in 7 colors, and Harry dressed quietly and thought, "Today is my birthday, and something has changed, and I don't yet know what it means, but I know it's real." Aunt Petunia was in the kitchen when he came out, standing at the counter with her back to him, doing something vigorous and unhappy to a bowl of batter. She didn't turn around. "Make Dudley's breakfast," she said. Harry went to the cooker and began making eggs. He was a good cook, years of practice, because Petunia had decided early that making him cook was more useful than making him feel he belonged, and Harry had decided that if he was going to do it he was going to do it properly, since doing things badly just resulted in more work. He cracked eggs into the pan with the clean efficiency of long habit and thought about rings. Specifically, he thought about the fact that the ring on his finger had not gone unnoticed by himself, and wondered if it would go unnoticed by the Dursleys. He looked at it. It was quiet now, no color shifting, no warmth radiating outward. It sat on his right hand like an ordinary ring, plain and dark, the kind of thing that could be a cheap trinket from a school fair. When Dudley came thundering down the stairs and crashed into his chair at the kitchen table, he didn't look at Harry's hands. He looked at the eggs. "Those are too runny," Dudley said. "They're exactly how you like them," Harry said. Dudley opened his mouth, found no actual objection, and closed it again. Uncle Vernon came in, read his newspaper, drank his coffee, and left without looking at Harry at all, which was, Harry thought, probably the best birthday present anyone in this house had ever given him. He ate his own breakfast standing at the counter, there were never quite enough chairs for Harry to have one, and turned the ring around his finger with his thumb, thinking. The vault was real. The rings were real. The voice, "The Sovereign has awakened," was real. What was also real was the fact that Harry knew almost nothing about the magical world, which he was fairly certain he belonged to, based on various pieces of evidence he'd been quietly collecting for years. Inexplicable things happened around him with a frequency that could not be coincidence. The time he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him. The time his hair had grown back overnight after Petunia cut it. The glass front of the snake enclosure at the zoo, which had simply ceased to exist at exactly the moment Harry had needed it to. He'd never talked to anyone about these things. He kept them the way he kept everything, quiet, inside, for himself. But now there was a ring on his finger that was made of 7 rings that had merged themselves, and a voice that had called him sovereign, and a vault that shouldn't have existed beneath his cupboard floor, and Harry thought, "I need information." The question was where to get it. The local library was not, as it turned out, tremendously useful on the subject of magical sovereignty, which Harry discovered after 3 hours of careful, systematic searching through everything the reference section had to offer. He learned a great deal about European feudal systems, somewhat less about ancient ritual law, and nothing at all about anything that matched what had happened to him. He sat at a library table with a stack of books he'd already eliminated and thought about angles. He thought about the word sovereign and what it implied, not just rule but ownership, the fundamental magical ownership of a place. He thought about what place that might be. He had no context for the magical world except the scattered, unjoined fragments of his own experience, but he knew the word Hogwarts the way he knew his own name, which was to say, from somewhere inside himself rather than from any external source. He couldn't remember learning it. It was simply there. He was looking at the library's large reference atlas, open to the map of Scotland for no particular reason, when his eye caught a fold in the page, a thin crease that ran across northern Scotland in a direction that didn't correspond to any road or river. He traced it with his finger. It led to a particular valley, a particular loch, and something in his chest turned over the way it had when he'd first picked up the ring. He closed the atlas and put it back on the shelf. He walked home in the long light of a July afternoon, and the ring turned colors in the sun, just barely, just for him, and Harry thought, Hogwarts. And then, because he was 10 years old and had spent a decade learning to be precise rather than dramatic, he revised that thought into a question, what is Hogwarts, and what does it mean that I'm its sovereign? The question sat in his chest comfortably, the way good questions do, and he walked home through the neat streets of Little Whinging and felt, for the first time in his life, like he was going somewhere rather than just being somewhere. The letter arrived the next morning. Not by post. Not through the slot in the door. Harry was in the kitchen making tea when a barn owl the color of old paper appeared at the window, tapped twice on the glass with businesslike efficiency, and waited. Harry opened the window. The owl deposited a letter on the counter with the air of something completing a transaction, and then was gone before Harry had fully processed what had happened. The envelope was thick, creamy parchment. The writing on the front was emerald green and slightly archaic in its letterform, the kind of handwriting produced by someone who had learned to write with a quill and had never seen any reason to change. Harry looked at it for a long moment before picking it up. The address read, Harry James Potter, Sovereign Lord of Hogwarts, the Ancient Seat, No. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry read it 3 times. Not Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, which was the address it should have used, if it was being geographic and literal. Not even Mr. H. Potter, the bedroom, which he supposed would have been the polite upgrade. It said Sovereign Lord of Hogwarts, and it said it plainly, the way you address a letter to a duke, and it said the ancient seat, as though No. 4, Privet Drive was not a semi-detached house in Surrey but the ancestral holding of a great estate. He opened it. The parchment inside was the same quality as the envelope. The letter itself was brief. Dear Harry James Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Standard enough. Harry might have thought it a mistake, some bureaucratic overlap, the wrong title on the wrong letter, except for the separate piece of parchment that fell out from between the standard pages. It was older than the letter, the writing on it more faded, the parchment itself a different texture, stiffer, as though it had been waiting in a file for decades for exactly this moment. The Sovereignty Clause of the Hogwarts Charter, Article 1, should the sovereign ring ever be unified, 7 becoming 1, by the blood and will of a rightful heir of all 7 founding lines, the resulting sovereign holds irrevocable authority over the grounds, wards, structure, and magical governance of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, superseding all appointed positions including but not limited to Headmaster, Board of Governors, and Ministry of Magic Oversight, excepting only matters of student welfare and immediate physical safety, which remain the headmaster's domain unless the sovereign chooses to assume them directly. This authority cannot be revoked, transferred, or suppressed. It activates upon the first crossing of the threshold of Hogwarts grounds by the sovereign. May the castle know its lord. Harry read it twice. He folded it with the rest of the letter and put it in his pocket. He finished making tea. He stood at the kitchen counter in the morning light and thought about irrevocable authority and the crossing of thresholds. Boy! Uncle Vernon's voice from upstairs. What are you doing down there? Making tea, Harry called back. Well, bring it up, then. Harry considered the letter in his pocket. He considered the ring on his finger. He considered the decade he'd spent being very small and very quiet in very small, quiet spaces. No, he said. There was a silence from upstairs. Then the creak of Vernon's weight shifting, the specific creak of someone who cannot quite believe what they've heard. What did you say? Harry put his own mug on the counter and wrapped both hands around it. The ring was warm. I said no, Uncle Vernon. I'm drinking my tea first. The silence stretched longer this time. Harry drank his tea. Then he put down the mug, wrote yes on the back of the supply list, tied it to the leg of a second owl that had apparently been waiting on the garden fence, the one he'd missed on his way in the night before, and let it go from the kitchen window. Vernon came downstairs. He was in his dressing gown and his face had the deep purple hue that preceded serious shouting. Harry looked at him and said, calmly, "Good morning, Uncle Vernon." Something in his voice, or perhaps something in the air around him, some quality the ring put out that Harry wasn't yet fully in command of, made Vernon stop in the kitchen doorway. He stood there in his dressing gown with his face going from purple back to red and then settling somewhere between the two, looking at Harry with an expression Harry had never seen on him before. It wasn't anger exactly. It was more like the look of a very large dog that has just heard a sound it doesn't recognize and isn't sure whether to bark or retreat. "You," Vernon started. "I'm going out today," Harry said. "I need to go to London." "You're not going anywhere, boy, I need to get my school things," Harry said, still in the same conversational tone. "I've been accepted at a school. A boarding school. I'll be gone from September 1st. He paused. "Largely out of your hair." Vernon opened his mouth. Closed it. Looked at the letter in Harry's hand, not specifically, not with any recognition, just the instinctive territorial glare of a man who objects to correspondence he didn't authorize. "What school?" he said flatly. "Hogwarts." Another silence. And Harry watched something happen on Vernon Dursley's face that was strange and complicated and not entirely what he'd expected, not ignorance but the deliberate performance of ignorance, the specific blankness of a person who recognizes a word and has decided, a long time ago, not to recognize it. Vernon's jaw tightened. His eyes did something careful. "Never heard of it," he said. "That's fine," Harry said. "You don't need to. I just need to get to London today and I thought I'd tell you rather than simply leave." He picked up his tea mug to rinse it in the sink. "I'll be back by supper." He didn't wait for a response. He rinsed the mug, dried his hands on the kitchen towel, and went upstairs to get his jacket, stepping around Vernon in the doorway as though he were a piece of furniture, and Vernon, for the first time in Harry's memory, stepped aside to let him pass. Harry got his jacket. He got the letter and the supply list from the kitchen table. He got the small amount of money he'd saved over years from various odd coins forgotten in sofa cushions and found on streets, which amounted to about £12 and wasn't really enough for anything but was what he had. He stood for a moment in the hallway in front of the cupboard door, his cupboard door, and looked at it. Then he opened it. Reached up through the gap in the floor, into the small stone chamber. The box was still there, but the velvet nest inside it was empty now. He picked up the box, turned it over in his hands, then put it back. He didn't need it. The ring was where it belonged. He left the house at 8:30 and walked to the train station. The journey to London took 40 minutes. Harry spent it looking out the window and thinking about what he knew and what he didn't know, which was his standard approach to any new situation. What he knew, he was a wizard, or something like one. He had been accepted at a magical school. The school had a sovereignty clause that had apparently been sitting dormant in its charter for centuries. He had, by putting on 7 rings, activated that clause. He was, by some ancient right of blood and inheritance, the sovereign lord of Hogwarts. What he didn't know, nearly everything else. What Hogwarts actually was. What the title actually meant in practical terms. Who his parents had been and how their blood connected to 7 founding lines. What had happened to the ring vault before it appeared under his cupboard floor. Who had put it there and when. Why the Dursleys had been chosen to house him. What he suspected, that the last question and the first several were connected, and that somebody, possibly several somebodies, had made a deliberate choice about where and how Harry Potter grew up, and what he would and would not know until they decided it was time. He found the thought bracing rather than frightening. He filed it under important, unresolved, returned to later, and turned his mind to the practical problem of getting to Diagon Alley, which he knew existed with the same sourceless certainty with which he knew the word Hogwarts. He'd need a guide. Or failing that, he'd need to find it himself, which London being London was going to be interesting. He got off at Paddington and stood on the pavement and looked at the city doing its morning thing around him, taxis and pigeons and tourists with maps held the wrong way up, and turned the ring on his finger. It was warm. He thought, without quite meaning to, find Diagon Alley, and the ring pulsed once, gently, and he looked up from his hands to find that he was looking at a payphone on the corner, and in the phone's smudged reflective surface he could see a street that was not the street in front of him, cobblestones, colored awnings, people in robes, a white marble building at the far end. He walked toward it. The city folded around him in a way that made no geographic sense. The pub appeared between a newsagent and a dry cleaner, and he walked through the pub without entirely meaning to, paused in front of a grubby brick wall in its back courtyard, and looked at the ring. The ring pulsed 3 times, like a heartbeat. Harry counted the bricks from the bin, 3 up, 2 across, and tapped them with his right hand, with the ring hand, and the wall melted open into Diagon Alley as though it had been waiting for him specifically. Which, he supposed, it had. He walked in and stopped to take stock. It was extraordinary. That was his first thought, the simple, clean fact of it. It was extraordinary, and beautiful, and overwhelming in the way of things that you have known existed but have never seen, and the knowing without seeing had not prepared him for the actual experience of the smells, the sounds, the impossible architecture, the cauldrons and broom handles and owl cages and robe-draped figures moving through mid-morning summer light that fell differently here than it did on the other side of the wall. Golden and particular and old. He stood there for 1 full minute, just looking. Letting himself look. Then he walked toward Gringotts. The goblin at the main entrance looked at Harry with the polite disinterest of someone who has seen every variety of human being and been impressed by none of them, and Harry walked up the marble steps and through the door and approached a teller without any of the nervousness that he supposed a first-time visitor might feel, because he'd learned early that nerves were expensive and he didn't have the luxury of them. "I need to access the Potter Vault," he said. The goblin, Sharpclaw, according to the nameplate, looked at him. "Key," said Sharpclaw. "I don't have one," Harry said. "But I have this." He held up his right hand. The ring caught the lamplight in the Gringotts Hall and threw back 7 colors, all of them moving, and every goblin within 20 feet turned to look. Sharpclaw's expression, a professionally neutral arrangement of features, shifted in a way that was very small and very significant. His eyes moved from the ring to Harry's face and back to the ring again. He got off his stool. He was a goblin of some seniority, Harry could tell, from the quality of his coat and the way the younger goblin's eyes tracked him. "Follow me," Sharpclaw said. They went not toward the minecart rides to the regular vaults but through a door behind the main counter, down a corridor of polished stone that smelled of earth and ancient metal, into a small office that contained a desk, 2 chairs, and a portrait of a goblin who looked extremely displeased about everything in general. Sharpclaw sat behind the desk. Harry sat across from him. "The Potter Vault," Sharpclaw said, "is a level 7 vault. Access is restricted to keyholders and blood-verified heirs." He folded his hands on the desk. "You are, I take it, neither." "I'm Harry Potter," Harry said. "I'm a blood-verified heir by definition. There is a specific verification process. The ring verifies my blood," Harry said, not unkindly but plainly. "That's what the sovereignty rings do. One of several things they do. You know what this ring is?" A pause. The portrait goblin made a sound that might have been a suppressed cough. Sharpclaw looked at the ring again. "We have encountered the theoretical documentation," he said carefully. "The sovereignty ring was considered a myth by most of our senior scholars." "It wasn't," Harry said. Sharpclaw unfolded his hands, then refolded them in a slightly different configuration, which Harry interpreted as the goblin equivalent of taking a moment. "There is," Sharpclaw said, "an additional complication regarding the Potter Vault." "Tell me." "There is a sealed document within it. It has been sealed under a ministry order, a specific, named order, for the past 9 years. Harry felt something go very still inside him. "Whose order?" Sharpclaw's eyes moved to the portrait goblin, then back. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore," he said. "Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and former headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Harry said nothing for a moment. He looked at the ring on his finger and thought about the sovereignty clause. This authority cannot be revoked, transferred, or suppressed. He thought about the vault in his cupboard. He thought about the specific, deliberate blankness on Vernon Dursley's face when Harry had said the word Hogwarts. "Can a ministry seal be superseded?" he asked. "Ordinarily, no," Sharpclaw said. "A sealed document requires the sealing party's consent or a Wisengamot order to open." "And extraordinarily?" Sharpclaw met Harry's eyes. The goblin's face was still professionally neutral, but there was something else in it, a careful, watchful attention, the look of someone who has been waiting for a particular event and is now observing it with great professional interest. "The Sovereignty Charter," Sharpclaw said slowly, "predates the Ministry of Magic by approximately 4 centuries. If the Sovereignty Clause is active, and the presence of the unified ring in a recognized heir's possession would constitute activation, then a sovereignty seal supersedes any ministry seal on property held within the sovereign's domain of authority." "And the Potter Vault is within that domain?" Harry asked. "The Potter family has held Hogwarts fidelity since the founding generation," Sharpclaw said. "Their vault is a Hogwarts-affiliated estate holding. Under the charter," he paused, as though tasting the word, "yes. A sovereignty seal would supersede." Harry looked at his ring. He thought, quite deliberately, "Open the seal." The ring pulsed. "Once, warm and certain." "Then I'd like to see the vault," Harry said. The mine cart was smaller than Harry expected and faster than was probably necessary, rocketing through tunnels that twisted and dove in ways that made his stomach register complaints while his face stayed more or less composed. Sharpclaw sat across from him with the serenity of someone who has done this 10,000 times, and the cart rattled and shrieked around corners and plunged into darkness and came out again, and eventually ground to a halt before a door that was very different from the doors Harry had seen on their way down. This door was black. Not painted black, black in its material, a solid deep darkness that absorbed the torchlight rather than reflecting it. Set into the door was a crest, 4 quadrants, each containing a different symbol, surrounding a central device that Harry recognized with a jolt of something like recognition, a ring, stylized, with 7 stones. "The Potter Vault," Sharpclaw said. Harry put his right hand to the door. The ring touched the central crest. The door opened without sound. Inside was everything you'd expect from a very old, very wealthy magical family's vault: gold, artifacts, stacked trunks, and Harry filed it away for later inventory, because what he was looking for was the document. He found it almost immediately, because it was sitting on a separate plinth near the back of the vault, and it had the specific quality of things that have been sealed against opening, a faint shimmer around it, a pressure in the air, the visual equivalent of a very loud silence. Harry walked to it. He placed his right hand on it. He said, quietly, to no one in particular, "Open." The shimmer popped like a soap bubble. The document was in his hands. He read it standing in the vault with Sharpclaw waiting respectfully, and, Harry thought, very attentively, at the door. It was his parents' will. He had never seen it before. He had never been told it existed. He read it in the silence of the vault with the ring warm on his finger and the gold glinting in the torchlight around him, and his face stayed composed, because he was 10 years old and had learned very young that the best response to important information was to receive it properly first and feel things about it afterward. James and Lily Potter had not wanted Harry to go to the Dursleys. It was stated plainly, in the measured legal language of a formal will, they had requested, in the event of their deaths, that Harry be placed with Sirius Orion Black as primary guardian, with Remus John Lupin as secondary, and with the Longbottom family as tertiary. The Dursleys, listed by name, had been explicitly excluded from consideration as guardians for reasons of magical incompatibility and the welfare concerns of raising a magical child in a non-magical, non-accepting home. The will had been filed at Gringotts in October 1981. It had been sealed, 1 week after its filing, by ministry order under the authority of Albus Dumbledore, acting in his capacity as Chief Warlock. The seal had prevented it from being read, acted on, or acknowledged for 9 years. Harry stood in the vault and held his parents' will in his hands and thought about Vernon Dursley's careful blankness when Harry said the word Hogwarts. He thought about a decade in a cupboard. He thought about the ring vault appearing the night before his 10th birthday, the night before he was old enough, he suspected, for the inheritance to activate, and whether anyone had known about it, and whether anyone had tried to prevent it. He thought about a man named Dumbledore who had sealed his parents' will and apparently placed him somewhere his parents had explicitly not wanted him to go. He folded the will carefully and put it in his jacket pocket, alongside the Hogwarts letter. He walked to the vault door. Sharpclaw was waiting, face professionally neutral. "I'll need a copy of this vault's full inventory," Harry said. "And I'll need to arrange a key." He paused. "Also, I'd like to open a small account for immediate access. The £12 I have is Muggle money and I don't imagine it's much use here." "Exchange is available," Sharpclaw said. "Though £12 will not go very far at the current rate." "I know," Harry said. "But I have a vault now, so." Something moved in Sharpclaw's expression. It was very quick and very small, but Harry was good at reading faces, and he was fairly sure it was the goblin equivalent of approval. "Indeed you do," Sharpclaw said. It took another hour to sort the account formalities, during which Harry learned that the Potter vault contained more gold than he could have spent in 10 lifetimes, which was interesting and useful and, he decided, a problem for a more measured moment. He exchanged his £12 for a handful of galleons, collected a new key, and emerged back into Diagon Alley at 11:30 with a vault key in his pocket and his parents' will in his jacket and the quiet, cool weight of what he'd read settling itself into the place in his chest where grief was going to live from now on. He didn't cry. He wasn't ready to yet, and anyway Diagon Alley was full of strangers and he had shopping to do. He got his books at Flourish and Blots, working through the supply list methodically, and the shop assistant, a cheerful woman with ink on her fingers, stacked his purchases and said, "First year, then," and Harry said yes, and she said, "Hogwarts," and he said yes, and she said, "Lovely school, brilliant place, you'll love it," with the warmth of someone who means it, and Harry thought, "I hope so." He got his cauldron at the apothecary, pewter, standard, size 2, and collected scales and potion ingredients from a list without drama. The telescope took longer because he had strong feelings about optical quality, developed through years of reading astronomy books, and the shop assistant at the instrument shop was, refreshingly, someone who could match him on that subject and pointed him toward a 12-inch refractor with a swiveling mount that was technically a year beyond standard first-year specification. "That's a bit advanced," the assistant said. "That's fine," Harry said. He got robes at Madame Malkin's, where he was measured with brisk efficiency. He was standing on the fitting stool being jabbed by pins when a voice said, from the other fitting stool beside him, "Hogwarts." He looked left. The boy being measured next to him was blond, narrow-faced, with the particular upright posture of someone who has been told since infancy that posture is a statement. He was looking at Harry with the easy confidence of someone for whom easy confidence was the default setting. "Yes," Harry said. "Same," the boy said. "Draco Malfoy." He said it the way people say names that have always opened doors. "Harry Potter," Harry said. The effect was immediate. Draco Malfoy's fitting session paused entirely as the boy turned to look at Harry with wide eyes that he very quickly brought back under control. He looked at Harry's face, at the scar that was always there, always the first thing people found, and then at Harry's right hand, and his eyes caught on the ring for just a second. Draco said, which was a more complicated sound than its brevity suggested. "I've heard of you." "People usually have," Harry said. "My father says you're important," Draco said, with the very faint edge of someone who has been told this and is trying to work out whether he agrees. "People usually say that too," Harry said. Draco looked at him for another moment, genuinely assessing. It was actually quite a sharp look, Harry thought, stripped of the social performance, and then the Madame Malkin's assistant descended on him with more pins and the assessment got interrupted. They didn't exchange any more words. But when Harry stepped off the fitting stool and Draco was still being adjusted, Harry glanced back and found Draco looking at the ring again, frowning slightly, with the expression of someone filing information away. Harry went to get his wand. Ollivander's was narrow and deep and smelled of sawdust and something ancient, and Ollivander himself, appearing without warning from behind a shelf, in a way that made Harry's reflexes fire even though he'd been expecting it, was the most unsettling person Harry had met yet. His pale eyes moved to Harry's right hand before they moved to his face. He looked at the ring for a long, still moment. "My goodness," Ollivander said quietly. "I need a wand," Harry said. "Yes." Ollivander moved to his shelves. "Yes, of course. You'll need a wand. Though I suspect," he pulled a box, set it on the counter, opened it, "that choosing yours may be somewhat different from the usual process." He was right. The first wand sparked and died. The second produced a small indoor thunderstorm. The third did nothing. The fourth set its own box on fire. Harry went through 11 wands with increasing patience and decreasing wand-related confidence, and then Ollivander stood very still for a moment and said, softly, "I wonder." He went to the back of the shop and was gone for some time. Harry waited, looking at the ring. It was doing something he hadn't noticed before. Very slowly, very faintly, the stone was cycling through its colors, and the cycling was slightly faster than it had been this morning, as though the ring was responding to its surroundings. Ollivander came back with a box that was different from the others, older, the velvet inside it a different color. "Holly," he said, 11 inches, with the core. He paused. "I made this wand 60 years ago. The core is a phoenix tail feather. A very particular phoenix. I have made only 2 wands with this phoenix's feathers. The other," he looked at Harry's scar, then at the ring, and something in his expression settled into a kind of odd resignation, "the other did great evil." Harry picked up the wand. The warmth was different from the ring's warmth. The ring's warmth was deep and architectural, like the warmth of a building that has been standing for centuries. The wand's warmth was live and immediate, a small bright fire, and when it moved up his arm he felt something in him lean toward it the way a plant leans toward light, the way something that has been waiting a very long time finally recognizes what it was waiting for. Gold and red sparks flew from the tip and spiraled upward to the ceiling and hung there, glittering. Ollivander exhaled slowly. "Yes," he said. "Yes, that's it." He looked at Harry for a long moment, the pale eyes very steady. "I don't think you need me to tell you this will be an extraordinary life, Mr. Potter." "I'd noticed," Harry said. He paid for the wand, 7 galleons, which given the apparent size of his vault felt nearly comically modest, and emerged into Diagon Alley with the wand box tucked under his arm and the afternoon light falling long and warm on the cobblestones. He stood in the middle of the alley and looked at the world that he'd entered today, the robes and the cauldrons and the owls and their cages at the magical menagerie on the corner and the distant white marble of Gringotts and the smell of something wonderful coming from the ice cream shop, and he thought, "This is mine now, in a way I don't fully understand yet. Not Diagon Alley. Not the magical world. But something of it. Some claim on it that had been waiting in a stone vault under a set of stairs for the right person to find it." He bought himself an ice cream, chocolate, 2 scoops, and an owl, because the supply list said owl or cat or toad and owls were clearly the most useful of the options. The owl was a tawny female with amber eyes that looked at him with the intelligent, somewhat judgmental expression of an animal that is choosing its person as much as being chosen. He paid for her and she stepped onto his shoulder with the confidence of something that has made a decision, and Harry ate his ice cream on the pavement outside the shop and thought, "In 6 weeks I'm going to Hogwarts." And then, more quietly, someone put me in that cupboard on purpose. Someone sealed my parents' will. And the vault was hidden there until I was old enough to find it. The ring pulsed, once, warm and certain. Harry scratched the owl's head and she made a sound of tolerant approval. He'd name her on the train, he decided. He had a lot of thinking to do between now and September 1st, and names were easier when you knew someone better. He walked back through the leaky cauldron, back through the fold in the city, the impossible geography of the magical world pressing against the mundane one, and caught the train back to Little Whinging in the fading afternoon. He sat in the window seat with the owl on the headrest above him and the wand box in his lap and his parents' will in his pocket, and the ring warm on his finger, and the train moved through the English summer landscape, and Harry thought about everything that had happened today and everything he still needed to know. He was 10 years old. He was going to a school he was apparently the sovereign of. Somewhere in the magical world, a man named Albus Dumbledore had made very careful plans for what Harry Potter's life would look like, and some of those plans involved sealed documents and misplaced guardianship and a decade in a cupboard. Harry wasn't angry, not yet, not cleanly. The anger was there, but it was behind glass right now, useful later, something to be precise with rather than something to be ruled by. What he was, more than anything, as the train carried him back through Surrey, was certain. Certain the way the ring was certain. Certain the way the voice from the vault had been certain, quiet, foundational, the kind of certainty that doesn't need to announce itself because it doesn't need to be believed by anyone else. He was Harry Potter. He was the sovereign lord of Hogwarts. He had his parents' will in his pocket and a holly wand in his lap and a tawny owl making small sounds of contentment above his head, and in 6 weeks he was going to walk through the gates of a castle that would know him. The train pulled into Little Whinging Station. Harry gathered his purchases, settled the owl on his shoulder, and walked out into the evening. Behind him, in the vault under the stairs, the stone plinth stood empty in the dark. The chamber had done what it was made to do. Chapter 2, The Sovereign's Arrival. The 6 weeks between Diagon Alley and September 1st were the strangest of Harry's life, which was saying something given what he'd found under his floorboards. Vernon had tried, once, to confiscate the wand. He'd come into the kitchen the morning after Harry's London trip, found the wand box on the counter beside the owl's temporary perch, a towel rod Harry had repurposed over the kitchen window, and reached for it with the specific, proprietary grabbing motion of a man who has always believed that possession is the primary form of authority. Harry had put his hand on the box first. Just that. Just his hand, flat on the box, with the ring against the wood. And Vernon had stopped. Not dramatically, not thrown back, not magically repelled. He'd just stopped, his hand 6 inches from Harry's, and looked at Harry's face, and then at the ring, and something behind his eyes had done the careful, deliberate closing that Harry had noticed before, that specific performance of not seeing. He'd withdrawn his hand. He'd gone to the kitchen table. He'd read his newspaper. After that, an arrangement was established without being discussed. Harry had his cupboard and his owl and his wand and his books, and the Dursleys had the rest of the house and their preferences and their loud, particular version of normal life, and the 2 territories didn't overlap. Petunia looked at Harry sometimes with an expression that was not quite guilt and not quite fear, something between the two, something that knew more than it was saying. Dudley ignored him with the deliberate effort of someone who has been told to. Harry read his textbooks. All of them, cover to cover, and then certain sections again. He read a history of magic twice because the history was full of gaps he could feel the shape of, places where the narrative skipped neatly over something that should have been there. He read magical theory and found it frustratingly vague on the subject of foundational or sovereignty magic, which it mentioned once in a footnote and then never returned to. He read the standard book of spells and practiced the wand movements without casting, because he wasn't sure what effect casting would have in the Dursley household, and discretion was still a useful tool even if it wasn't a necessity. He named the owl Sable, because of the heraldic meaning. Black on the tawny gold of her feathers was technically wrong, but the concept fit, and also because she had a certain formal dignity that suited a name from an old vocabulary. She carried his notes to Gringotts, which were brief and specific, questions about the Potter estate's historical documentation, the founding family connections, and the legal history of the Sovereignty Clause. Sharpclaw's responses came back in careful, legible goblin script, and Harry read them by wandlight in his cupboard and added to what he knew. The Potter line, according to Gringotts records, descended from all 7 founding families. Not the 4 well-known ones, all 7, including the 3 whose names had been removed from public record. The consolidation of this bloodline had apparently taken 4 centuries of deliberate marriage alliances, and whether those alliances had been made with the specific aim of producing a sovereign heir or had simply resulted in one was unclear from the records. What was clear was that the ring vault had been created approximately 200 years after Hogwarts' founding, when someone with enough knowledge of the old charter had assembled the 7 rings and sealed them for the heir who would eventually qualify. The rings had been under the stairs at Privet Drive because the vault moved. It was a traveling vault, keyed to the blood of the heir, following the Potter family line through generations, waiting in whatever dwelling the most recent heir occupied. It had been under Godric's Hollow before Privet Drive. Before that, the ancestral Potter estate in Wiltshire. Someone had known it was there. Someone had known a 10-year-old heir was sleeping 6 inches above it. Harry thought about this for the better part of August and arrived at no comfortable conclusions. September 1st came with the quality of a door opening. Harry was up before 6, dressed before 7, downstairs before Petunia, standing in the kitchen in the early morning grey with Sable on his shoulder and his trunk, second-hand, reinforced with 3 books worth of metal clasps he'd added himself, by the door. He'd packed it the night before with the methodical thoroughness he applied to everything, books sorted by subject, potion ingredients sealed separately, robes folded in a way that wouldn't crease, wand in its box in the top layer for easy access. Petunia came into the kitchen and stopped when she saw him. She looked older in the morning, without whatever she spent the first hour of the day applying. She looked like someone who had carried something heavy for a long time and had gotten very good at not showing it. She looked at Harry, at the trunk, the owl, the ring, and her expression did the complicated not quite guilt thing. "There's a platform," Harry said, not unkindly. "King's Cross. I need to be there by 11. "I know," Petunia said. The words came out smaller than she'd probably intended. Harry looked at her for a moment. "Did you know about the will?" he asked. "My parents' will." A silence. Petunia turned to the kettle and filled it, her back to him. Her shoulders were very straight. "Petunia," Harry said. "Dumbledore came to us," she said, still not turning around. "The night he left you on the doorstep. There was a letter. He said," she stopped. "He said it was for your protection. That the blood wards required a family home. That it had to be us. And my parents' will." Petunia's hands tightened on the kettle. "He said the will was being handled. That it was a legal matter. That Sirius Black was a murderer and couldn't be trusted." She stopped again. "Set the kettle on its base. I didn't know about what he'd done with it until, I didn't know he'd sealed it." "But you knew he'd overridden it," Harry said. No answer. Which was its own kind of answer. Harry picked up his trunk's handle. He thought about saying something else, something about what it had been like, the decade in the cupboard, the carefully maintained isolation, and then decided that Petunia Dursley was a person who already knew what it had been like and had made her choices anyway, and that the time for that particular conversation was later, when he had more information and she had apparently done more thinking. "Vernon will need to drive me to the station," Harry said. "Yes," Petunia said, very quietly. Vernon drove him to King's Cross in complete silence, which Harry found significantly preferable to the alternative. He unloaded his trunk at the drop-off without assistance and Vernon drove away without looking back, and Harry stood on the pavement outside King's Cross station and looked up at the building and felt, for the first time all summer, something that was adjacent to nervous. Not about the magic. Not about Hogwarts, or the sovereignty, or any of it. He was nervous about people. Specifically, about being among many of them at once, as a recognizable person, for the first time. He pushed the nervousness into the same place he put everything else, filed, accessible, not in charge, and went inside. He found platform 9 3/4 in about 4 minutes by watching a cluster of families with trolleys and owls and the specific purposeful walk of people who know where they're going in a building that shouldn't have room for where they're going. He walked through the barrier behind a family of redheads, 6 of them, possibly 7, it was hard to count while moving, and emerged onto a platform full of noise and steam and the enormous scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express. The sight of it stopped him for just a second. He'd read about it, obviously, and understood it intellectually, but there was something about the actual physical reality of the train, the way the steam moved in the morning light, the smell of coal and something sweeter underneath it, the sound of owls and laughter and the particular energy of 100 children all going somewhere important together, that bypassed his usual careful processing and landed directly. He got on the train. He found an empty compartment toward the rear and loaded his trunk into the overhead rack and settled Sable's cage on the seat beside him, and then sat by the window and watched the platform through the glass. The family of redheads was doing the complicated chaotic procedure of getting everyone and everything onto the train. There were definitely 6 children, the oldest pair already aboard and a small red-haired girl in tears at the window pleading to go as well, and a woman with a warm, overwhelmed face was managing it all with the competence of someone who has done harder things than this and knows it. The train gave a long whistle. The compartment door slid open. "Everywhere else is full," said the boy in the doorway, with the slightly defensive preemptiveness of someone who expects to be told no. He was one of the redheads, the youngest boy, with a smear of something on his nose that looked like it had been there for some time and freckles scattered across his face like someone had been enthusiastic with a pepper pot. He had the look of a person constitutionally incapable of being still. "Can I sit here?" "Yes," Harry said. The boy came in, hauled his trunk up with more effort than technique, collapsed into the seat across from Harry, and immediately started looking at everything in the compartment with quick, curious eyes. They landed on Sable, moved to Harry's trunk, moved to the ring. "Wicked ring," he said. "Thanks," Harry said. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." He said it with a small, monitoring pause after it, the pause of someone who is used to people recognizing a family name and either approving or dismissing based solely on that. "Harry Potter," Harry said. The pause that followed was different. Ron's expression went through several things quickly: recognition, the automatic flick to the scar, then a recovery that was more genuine than most people managed, pulling his eyes back up to Harry's face with evident effort. "Right," he said. "I thought you might be. Fred and George, my brothers, they said you'd be on the train." He paused. "They also said loads of other stuff that I'm now less sure about." "Like what?" Harry said, mostly because he was curious what the Weasley twins considered reliable intelligence. "Like that you showed up at the leaky cauldron and moved through walls without using the brick tap, and that you talked to Ollivander for ages and came out with a wand that made the whole shop light up, and that you're wearing some kind of ancient ring that the goblins lost their minds about." Ron stopped. "That last one might be exaggerated." "Fred exaggerates." "The ring part is accurate," Harry said. "The goblins didn't exactly lose their minds. They were very professional about it." Ron looked at the ring again, openly now that Harry hadn't objected to the first look. "What is it?" Harry considered the question. He could give a short answer or a true answer, and the true answer was long and strange and would either make Ron Weasley deeply interested or cause him to think Harry was unusual in a bad way. Harry had spent the whole summer telling no one anything, and the habit of privacy was strong, but across from him was someone who had sat down with the specific energy of a person who might, actually, be worth telling things to. "It's called the Sovereignty Ring," Harry said. "It's made up of 7 rings that belong to the 7 founders of Hogwarts." Ron blinked. 7. There are only 4. There were 7, Harry said. 3 of them were removed from the record. Someone didn't want people to know about them. Ron stared at him. "How do you know this?" "Gringotts records. And the rings told me." He paused. "The ring. After they merged." Ron opened his mouth and closed it, then opened it again. "The rings merged. Into one, yes. On your hand." "On my hand." Ron sat back against his seat. He was quiet for a long moment, long for him, Harry suspected, given the particular effortful quality of the silence. Then he said, "My dad works at the Ministry. In the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. He talks about old magic sometimes, the really old stuff, and he always says that the really old magic is the most serious kind because it doesn't care what the Ministry says." He looked at Harry. Is this seriously old magic?" "Very," Harry said. "Right." Ron nodded slowly, processing. "Then, Fred and George are going to be furious they're not in this compartment." Harry laughed. It surprised him. He didn't laugh very often, not a real one, but it came out anyway, and Ron grinned, and the compartment settled into the comfortable ease of a conversation that has found its footing. The train moved. Platform 9 3/4 fell away behind them, the city giving way to suburbs giving way to countryside, and Harry and Ron talked through it all, Ron explaining the magical world through the particular lens of someone who had grown up inside it and was therefore cheerfully inaccurate about many things that seemed obvious to him but weren't. Harry asking questions that Ron found either very basic or startlingly complicated depending on the topic. Ron's explanations of Quidditch took 20 minutes and were detailed with the fervor of religious instruction. His explanation of the Hogwarts houses was brisker and more biased. "Everyone in my family's been in Gryffindor," Ron said. "Mum, Dad, all my brothers. Bill and Charlie and Percy and Fred and George. It's basically a given." "What about the other houses?" Harry said. Ron made a face. "Hufflepuff's fine, I suppose. Ravenclaw's all right if you like that sort of thing. Slytherin," he paused, in the way of someone whose opinion has been formed by family consensus over a long period of time, "Dad says you can't always judge a person by their house. But he also says that a lot of the people who went bad came out of Slytherin." "What about Cashin Blackwood?" Harry said. Ron blinked. "How do you know about him?" "I don't, much." The name came up. This was not entirely true. Sharpclaw had mentioned the Blackwood family in one of his letters, in the context of families that had historically opposed the sovereignty clause, but Harry was curious what Ron knew independently. "He's 6th year," Ron said. "Slytherin prefect. Dad says he's unusual because he's genuinely principled, not like most Slytherins who are principled about all the wrong things. He's sort of, he wrote this piece in the school newspaper last year arguing that the ancient magical laws were being used by old families to justify blood supremacy and the ministry should formally revoke all pre-charter legal frameworks." Ron paused. "George said it was the most interesting thing anyone's written in the school paper in 50 years, which is saying something because George mostly uses the paper to advertise pranks." Harry thought about this. A 6th-year Slytherin arguing against the ancient legal frameworks, which was, technically, an argument against Harry's own authority, which Harry hadn't officially announced to anyone yet. He filed it. "What are you going to be sorted into?" Ron asked. "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "I bet Gryffindor," Ron said, with the certainty of someone who sorts the world into Gryffindors and others. "You've got the," he gestured vaguely. "You know. The thing." "The thing," Harry said. "The not afraid thing." Harry turned to look out the window. The countryside was full summer green, rolling past in the late morning light, and somewhere ahead of them was a castle he'd never seen but knew in his bones. "I'm not sure that's Gryffindor specifically," he said. The compartment door opened again. The girl who came in had the specific energy of someone who has been moving through the train with a purpose. She had bushy brown hair and precise, intelligent eyes that swept the compartment the way you'd read a page, quickly, thoroughly, extracting information. She looked at Harry, looked at Ron, looked at Sable, looked at Harry's ring. Her eyes on the ring were different from everyone else's. Everyone else had looked at it and registered something unusual or impressive or mysterious. She looked at it and went very still for 1 second, and then looked at Harry with an expression that was not impressed or awed but focused, the look of someone who has just recognized something they've been reading about. "You're Harry Potter," she said. Not with the weight everyone else put on it, not the scar or the legend. With the weight of something specific that she'd figured out. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm Hermione Granger. Can I sit here? Everywhere else is full and also," she came in and sat down, pulling the door closed behind her, "I want to ask you about the ring." Ron looked at Harry with an expression of mild delight, the expression of someone enjoying being correct about something. "Everyone wants to ask about the ring," Ron told Hermione, with the proprietary comfort of someone who got there first. Hermione ignored this with practiced efficiency. "I read about the sovereignty clause in Hogwarts, a history," she said, looking at Harry. "It's very brief, half a paragraph," and the book says it's theoretical, that the ring was lost or possibly never existed. But there are footnotes in the third edition that reference the original charter documents as held by Gringotts, and I wrote to Gringotts in July asking about the documentation, they replied. Harry said. They sent a form letter saying the records were sealed under a sovereignty hold. She paused. Which I didn't understand at the time. I thought it was a standard confidentiality clause. But if you have the ring, her eyes moved to it again, then it means someone put a sovereignty hold on the records, which means the sovereignty was already, she stopped, working something out. Did you find the ring recently? July 30th, Harry said. The night before your birthday, she said immediately. Inheritance magic activates on the first birthday after the relevant age threshold. For full sovereignty claims, the threshold is 10. How do you know that? Ron asked. Principles of Ancient Inheritance Law, it's not on the Hogwarts reading list but it's in the public section of Flourish and Blots. She looked at Harry with the composed attention of someone who finds information more comfortable than social performance. So the hold was placed by you, or activated by you, before you even knew what it was. The ring was acting before I fully understood it, Harry said. It still does things I'm not entirely conscious of directing. That's because foundational sovereignty magic is partially instinctive, Hermione said. It's tied to the castle itself, the ring doesn't really belong to you, you belong to it, or rather you and it and Hogwarts are all the same thing by the terms of the charter. She paused, and then the first crack appeared in her composure, a small, barely contained excitement, the look of someone for whom information of this quality is barely possible to process at a sustainable pace. This is genuinely the most extraordinary magical event in 400 years. Probably, Harry said. Definitely, she said firmly. Ron was looking between them with the expression of someone trying to decide if this conversation was brilliant or alarming, and arriving, Harry thought, at some combination of both. The train rolled on through the afternoon. They stopped briefly at some point for a trolley full of sweets. Ron's eyes lit up and he proceeded to explain the entire range with the thoroughness he'd applied to Quidditch, while Hermione made notes about Harry's ring in a small notebook she produced from her bag, and Harry ate a chocolate frog and read the famous witches and wizards card inside it and found himself looking at Dumbledore's smiling face for a long moment before putting the card away. He looked kind. The card said he was known for his defeat of Grindelwald, his work on alchemy, and his particular fondness for chamber music and tenpin bowling. It said nothing about sealed wills. Nothing about misplaced orphans. The smile was warm and the blue eyes behind the half-moon glasses were twinkling in the way of someone who means well. Harry wondered if meaning well and doing well were the same thing, and concluded they weren't. It was dark when the train arrived at Hogsmeade Station, a different kind of dark than Surrey dark, a sky full of stars with no light pollution to thin them, and a cold that had an edge despite it being September. Harry stepped off the train and the cold hit him and the smell of the night, heather and water and old stone, hit him at the same time. And then, before anything else, before the boats, before the first sight of the castle towers against the stars, the ring pulsed. Not gently, the way it usually did. A full, deep pulse, like a heartbeat amplified, and Harry felt it from his hand to his chest to the soles of his feet, and somewhere very far away and very close at the same time, something enormous and old and patient felt him back. The castle, he thought. It knows I'm here. You all right? Ron said, because Harry had stopped walking. Yes, Harry said, and started walking again. The boats were small and rode low in the water and Hagrid, enormous, warm, the kind of person who is loud in a way that feels like safety rather than threat, organized the first years onto them with cheerful, booming efficiency. Harry got into a boat with Ron and Hermione and a small, anxious-looking boy named Neville who had lost his toad somewhere between the train and the shore and was vibrating with quiet distress about it. Trevor always does this, Neville said miserably. What does Trevor look like? Harry asked. Brown. Round. Like a toad. I'll keep an eye out, Ron offered, scanning the water with helpful, hopeless goodwill. The boats moved. The lake was very still. The stars overhead were extraordinary, and then Harry looked up from them because something ahead of him was pulling at his attention in a way he couldn't not look at. Hogwarts. He'd expected something impressive. The books had said towering, ancient, magnificent, and Harry had translated those words into reasonable expectations. But the reality of the castle appearing above the tree line, stone towers rising against the night sky, hundreds of windows lit with warm yellow light, the whole impossible vertical mass of it reflected perfectly in the dark water below, was nothing like a reasonable expectation. It was a fact, in the same way the ring was a fact, in the same way his parents' will was a fact, something real and enormous and demanding to be fully reckoned with. The ring pulsed steadily now. Every few seconds, deep and warm. Brilliant, Ron breathed. Yes, Harry said. The boats put in at the base of the cliff and Hagrid led them up the stone steps, and the great doors of Hogwarts opened ahead of them. Harry stepped through the threshold and the pulse deepened into something continuous, not a heartbeat anymore but a hum, the hum of something very old recognizing something it has been waiting for with the particular patience of stone. The entrance hall was enormous and lit by torches and full of the particular quality of a space that is well used and well loved. Professor McGonagall met them, tall, precise, with sharp eyes that moved across the group of first years and registered things quickly, and gave a brief address about the houses and the sorting and what was expected, and Harry listened and watched her face. She looked at Harry once, during the address, and her eyes moved to the ring and then back up again, and something in her very controlled expression shifted into something complicated, not surprise, exactly. Recognition. The look of someone who had expected something and is still not quite prepared for it to be real. Then she went back to the address. The wait outside the great hall while McGonagall went in to tell them the sorting was about to begin was full of the nervous energy of 40 children about to have a formative experience. The ghosts appeared, Percy nearly headless, Nick drifting through a wall, offering cheerful if slightly morbid observations, and most of the first years reacted with noise. Harry watched them and felt the hum beneath his feet deepening as he moved further into the building. The castle was doing something, he thought. Orienting to him the way a compass orients to north, some deep mechanism of the stone and magic making small adjustments. He looked at the walls. The stone was old and the torchlight moved across it, and in the moving light he thought he could see, not carved into the stone, not graffitied, but present in the texture itself, in the way the grain of the stone had formed over centuries, names. For names that everyone knew, and 3 others, faint and almost invisible, that had been almost but not quite entirely erased. Marin. Edric. Thessaly. The ring pulsed once, sharply, as though it had read his thought. The great hall doors opened. They filed in. The sorting hat was old and patched and sat on its stool with the comfortable authority of something that has been doing its job for a very long time. Harry looked at it as the students around him looked at the enchanted ceiling and the 4 long tables and the hundreds of older students watching them arrive. The hat's brim creased into the suggestion of a face. And it began to sing. Harry had read that the hat's song changed every year. This one was about wisdom and courage and loyalty and cunning and the importance of knowing yourself, and it was, he'd admit, quite well done. The students around him seemed impressed. The older students at the house tables applauded at the end. Then McGonagall produced a scroll. Abbott, Hannah. A girl with pigtails went up and sat on the stool and the hat fell over her eyes and, after a moment, shouted, Hufflepuff, and the process was underway. Harry watched each sorting with the attention he gave most things, looking for patterns, taking note of who went where, reading the brief drama of each person's hat moment. When Granger, Hermione, was called, the hat took about 30 seconds. Gryffindor, it announced, and Harry saw Hermione sit up very straight and exhale in one clean movement, the relief of someone whose first choice has come through. She caught Harry's eye as she walked to the table. He nodded. Longbottom, Neville, the hat sat on Neville's head for over a minute, which seemed to cause him significant additional anxiety, and then shouted, Gryffindor, with such conviction that Neville nearly fell off the stool in surprise. Malfoy, Draco, barely touched the hat before it said, Slytherin, with the ease of foregone conclusions. Draco, on his way to the Slytherin table, glanced at Harry with the same assessing look from Madame Malkin's, and then at the ring, and his expression was unreadable. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet in the specific way of a room full of people all holding their breath at once. Harry walked to the stool, sat down, and the hat dropped over his eyes. The darkness inside the hat smelled of old fabric and time. Then a voice spoke, not in his ears but directly into his mind, conversational and thoughtful in the way of something that has had an extraordinarily long time to practice conversation. "My goodness," the hat said. "Now that's something I haven't encountered before. Is it really that unusual?" Harry thought back. "In 1,000 years of sorting, I have placed every kind of person you can imagine onto the right path. Brave ones, clever ones, loyal ones, ambitious ones, and all the beautiful complicated mixtures between. But you," the hat paused, and Harry had the distinct impression of something very carefully examining something very large. "You don't need sorting." "Everyone needs sorting," Harry thought. "You already know where you belong," the hat said. "Not because of the house system, which is my domain. But because the castle itself," another pause. "It's already sorted you, hasn't it? I can feel it from here. You stepped over the threshold and the whole building rang like a bell." "What would you have sorted me into?" Harry asked. "Oh, all four," the hat said, without hesitation. "In exactly equal measure, which is the rarest thing I've ever encountered and also, now that I think about it, makes a certain obvious sense. You contain all of them because you come from all of them. But that's not what the school needs to hear right now, I think." "What does it need to hear?" The hat was quiet for a moment. "Then, there is an old proclamation. I have never used it. I always thought I might, one day, if the right person sat on this stool. I've been carrying it for 1,000 years, waiting." Another pause, and Harry felt something in the hat gathering itself, like a breath before a shout. "Are you ready?" Harry thought about it. He thought about the vault, and his parents' will, and Diagon Alley, and the castle humming beneath him. He thought about being ready and about whether readiness was something you arrived at or something you decided. "Yes," he said. The hat spoke. Not in Harry's mind. Out loud, in the hall, in a voice that was nothing like its usual sorting voice, not the cheerful shout of Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. This was deeper and older, resonating in the stone of the walls and the bones of the ceiling and the magic that ran through the whole enormous building like blood through a body. Every candle in the great hall flared. "By the ancient charter of Hogwarts, in the sight of stone and spell and founding fire, the heir of all 7 founders sits before me. The sovereign ring is unified. The holder is proved. Let the castle acknowledge its lord." The floor moved. Not shook, moved, a deep rolling motion like a very slow tide, like the whole building taking a breath, and every stone surface in the great hall lit up briefly with silver light, and the enchanted ceiling blazed with stars that weren't the October sky but something older, a pattern Harry didn't know but the ring did, because it blazed on his finger with all 7 colors at once, and the heat of it was extraordinary. Then it stopped. The silence in the great hall was total. Every student, every teacher, every ghost was completely, absolutely still. Harry took the hat off his head, stood up, and put it back on the stool. He turned to face the hall. 400 people were staring at him, and the expression on those faces ranged from awe to confusion to, at the staff table, something considerably more complicated. He found Dumbledore's face immediately. The old man was standing, which most of the teachers were, and his expression, usually so warmly, deliberately benign, was the face of someone who has watched a chess piece move itself off the board and into an entirely different game. The twinkle was gone. What was there instead was something sharp and unguarded, the raw expression of a very intelligent person making very rapid recalculations. Harry held his gaze for exactly 2 seconds. Then he looked at McGonagall, who was still holding her scroll and looking at Harry with an expression that was steadying itself in real time from whatever it had just been, reassembling into professional composure with visible effort. "Which table?" Harry asked her. McGonagall looked at the scroll. Looked at Harry. Looked at the scroll again. "The charter," she said slowly, "specifies that the sovereign sits at the head of the hall. Traditionally," she paused, and something in her expression clicked into a kind of decision, "at a separate table." "I'd rather sit with my house," Harry said. McGonagall met his eyes. "The hat didn't sort you into one." "No," Harry said. "But I have friends in Gryffindor." He paused. "Is that all right?" McGonagall looked at him for a long moment, the deep, assessing look of someone revising an entire framework of assumptions about a person they haven't met yet, and then said, quietly, "Yes, Mr. Potter. That's perfectly all right." Harry walked to the Gryffindor table. He sat down next to Hermione, across from Ron, who had been sorted while the hat was on Harry's head. He'd missed that, he realized, and felt briefly bad about it, and was now staring at Harry with enormous eyes and a freckled face. "Gryffindor?" Ron managed. "No," Harry said. "Just, sitting here, if that's all right." "Obviously it's all right," Ron said. "What just happened?" "The floor moved. The ceiling did something. Everyone's." He looked around the hall, where approximately 400 students were still processing. "I'll explain later," Harry said. "You'd better," Hermione said crisply, though her voice had a slight unsteadiness to it that she was managing with visible effort. At the staff table, Dumbledore sat down slowly. His hands, Harry noticed, were very still on the table in front of him. The warmed-over twinkle was returning to his expression, but it was taking longer than usual, and the control behind it was visible in the way that control is only visible when it's being applied to something with significant resistance. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was watching Harry with an expression so stripped of social performance that it was almost a different face than the one from Madame Malkin's, pure, undisguised calculation. At the very end of the Slytherin table, a sixth year with dark hair and a prefect's badge was watching Harry too, but differently. Not calculating. More like someone who has just heard an argument they weren't expecting and is trying very hard to find the flaw in it. Cassian Blackwood. Harry was fairly certain, from the bearing alone. He looked at Harry, and Harry looked back, and there was a moment of mutual, direct taking of measure, and then Blackwood looked away first, not from submission but from thought, the look of someone who needs to think rather than stare. The feast appeared. The hall slowly remembered it was supposed to function as a hall. Conversation started back up, tentatively at first and then with the rapid energy of people who have witnessed something extraordinary and urgently need to process it with whoever is sitting nearest. Ron put an enormous amount of food on his plate and said, "Right. From the beginning." Harry poured himself some pumpkin juice. The ring was quiet on his finger now, the warmth steady and even. Beneath his feet, very distantly, the hum of the castle continued, different than before the threshold, he thought. More present. More mutual. He thought about what Sharpclaw's last letter had said, the activation of the unified ring upon crossing the threshold will be perceptible to the castle's full magical matrix. What occurs after that will depend entirely on what the sovereign decides to do with what he has. He thought about Dumbledore's face losing its twinkle. He thought about his parents' will in his trunk, and about 3 names almost but not quite erased from the castle walls, and about the sealed vault and the decade in the cupboard, and about a man who had made very careful, very long-term plans. From the beginning, Harry agreed, and started talking. He told them most of it, the vault, the rings, Gringotts, the will. Not everything, he kept certain things, certain levels of detail, for when he understood them better. But enough that Ron and Hermione had the shape of it, and Ron's expression moved from shock to awe to something settling into loyalty with the naturalness of someone who has found a straightforward thing in a complicated situation. Hermione's expression moved from shock to focused, rapid thinking, and she pulled out her small notebook, and by the end of the feast she had 4 pages of notes and 13 questions, which she said she would prioritize and present in order of importance tomorrow. Tomorrow, Harry agreed. The feast ended. Prefects appeared to lead first years to their dormitories. Harry followed the Gryffindor group up the moving staircases, and as he walked the castle moved around him, not physically, but in some deeper way, the magic in the walls orienting, acknowledging, the way a large animal acknowledges the presence of someone it recognizes. He could feel it in his feet and his hands and the ring warm on his finger. He put his hand briefly against the stone wall of a corridor, just to test it. The stone was warm. Not ambient warm, specifically, responsively warm, the warmth of something that knows it is being touched. Harry said quietly. He kept walking. The Gryffindor common room was exactly what it should have been, red and gold and firelit, comfortable armchairs and bookshelves and the general feeling of a room that has been lived in well by many people over many years. Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, gave them a thorough and earnest tour. Harry listened to the pertinent information and looked at the room and thought about Marin of the Marsh, who had created Hogwarts' protective wards, and about what it meant that her name had been removed from the record. The dormitory had 5 beds, and Harry's name was already on one of them, embroidered into the bed curtains in gold, which was apparently standard, though Ron said it had never been gold for anyone in his memory. Usually just white. It changed, Ron said, looking at it. When you sat down at the feast. George is going to lose his mind. Harry looked at his name in gold on the bed curtains. He thought about the first time he'd seen his name used properly, the letter address, Sovereign Lord of Hogwarts, and about Vernon's careful blankness, and about a vault waiting under the stairs. He sat on the bed. Reached into his trunk. Took out his parents' will and held it for a moment, just held it, the parchment real and worn in his hands. Tomorrow, he thought. There's a lot to do tomorrow. He put the will away carefully. He looked out the dormitory window at the black lake below and the stars above, and somewhere far inside the castle the hum continued, steady, patient, present. The oldest magic, waiting. He closed his eyes. He slept. Chapter 3, The Castle Knows. Harry woke at 6, before anyone else, because he'd been waking at 6 for 10 years and his body had strong opinions about the habit. The dormitory was dark and warm and full of the breathing of 4 other boys, and for a moment, just the first, unguarded moment between sleep and full consciousness, it was simply a room, simply morning, simply the ordinary small comfort of being warm and horizontal. Then the ring pulsed on his finger and the hum of the castle came back into his awareness like a radio finding its frequency, and Harry was fully awake. He dressed quietly, took his notebook, a plain Muggle one, bought at a newsagent in Little Whinging, and his wand, and went out. The common room was empty. The fire had burned low in the night and the early morning light came through the windows in thin, grey sheets, and everything was very still in the way of places that belong to people but don't need them to be functional. Harry stood in the middle of it for a moment, then put his hand against the nearest wall. The stone was warm again. The warmth moved up his palm, and with it came something else, a sense of dimension, of depth, as though the wall were not 4 feet thick but 400, as though what he was touching was not stone but the edge of something enormous that extended in all directions at once. He could feel corridors. Not see them, feel them, their turns and lengths and the doors set into them, the specific weight of each door and what was behind it. He could feel the great hall directly below, cold and echoing and waiting for the day. He could feel the kitchens beneath that, already warm with activity. He could feel 7 floors of occupied spaces, sleeping bodies, the specific magical signatures of hundreds of inhabitants like distinct notes in a chord that was too large for any single ear to fully hear. He took his hand off the wall and wrote in his notebook, "The castle communicates through touch." The more deliberate the contact, the more specific the information. Needs more exploration. He went for a walk. The corridors of Hogwarts at 6 in the morning were extraordinary. Portraits slept in their frames, he could hear very faint snoring from a 16th-century landscape near the second-floor stairs, and the moving staircases moved with the idle, unhurried motion of things with no particular destination in mind. The torches were lower than they'd be during the day, and the light they cast was amber and atmospheric, picking out the texture of the stone, the depth of the carved arches, the slightly irregular rhythm of a flagstone floor worn hollow by centuries of students. Harry walked without a specific destination and let the castle guide him, which it did, not forcefully, not steering his feet, but with a quality of warmth that was slightly stronger in some directions than others, like a gentle current. He followed it up 2 flights and left along a corridor he hadn't seen the night before, and found himself standing in front of a section of wall that looked exactly like every other section of wall except that the ring on his finger was putting out the particular warmth it used when something important was nearby. He put his hand against it. The information that came through was different from corridors and rooms. This was old. Differently old than the surrounding stone, as though this section had been here before everything else, or had been here and not here and then here again. And there was something behind it, not a room exactly, more like a wound, like a place where something had been taken out and the space had closed over but not healed. He stepped back and looked at the wall. In the early morning light, in the particular quality of attention he'd been developing since July, he could see it, or almost see it, the names. Marin. Edric. Thessaly. Not carved, but present in the stone itself, in the crystalline structure of it, the way a scar is present in skin long after the wound has closed. I know, he said quietly, to the wall, to the castle, to whatever was listening. I'm going to fix that. The wall was warm under his hand. He went back to the common room, made a series of notes, and was sitting in an armchair by the time the portrait hole opened at 7:30 and Hermione came through it with the specific alert purposefulness of someone who has also been awake for some time and has been waiting for a socially reasonable hour to begin. She was carrying her small notebook and had 3 books under her arm. Good morning, Harry said. I have questions, she said, sitting in the armchair across from him. I know. You said 13. I've added 4 more. She opened her notebook. Starting with the most important, the will. Your parents explicitly excluded the Dursleys. Dumbledore sealed it. This means he deliberately placed me somewhere my parents didn't want me to be, Harry said. Yes. Which is not only a violation of wizarding inheritance law but also a deliberate act with a specific purpose, Harry said. He wanted me to grow up without knowledge of the magical world. Without knowledge of my own history. Without the ring. He paused. The ring activates at 10. If I'd grown up with Sirius Black or the Lupin or the Longbottoms, in a magical household, I'd have been told about the vault. Probably found it earlier. The whole thing would have played out differently. Hermione was very quiet for a moment. He wanted you to arrive at Hogwarts as, what? An ordinary first year. Without the sovereignty. Without understanding what I was, Harry said. He'd have told me, eventually. On his timeline. In a way he could manage. He turned the ring on his finger. Instead the vault found me the night before the inheritance threshold, and I found it first. Do you know why he did it? Hermione asked. What he was trying to achieve? Not yet, Harry said. But I will. Ron came through the portrait hole 20 minutes later, looking like someone who had slept extremely well and was mildly annoyed about it because there were apparently things to worry about. He dropped into a chair, registered the notebooks, and said, Are we doing the thing where we figure everything out before breakfast? We're doing the thing where we establish what we know and what we don't know, Harry said. Can we do it at breakfast? There's porridge. They went to breakfast, and Harry was aware, precisely, without vanity, of what happened when he walked into the great hall. The noise didn't stop, exactly, but it recalibrated, the way a room of instruments recalibrates when someone changes the key. Heads turned. Eyes moved to him and stayed there. He walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down and poured himself tea, and the hall returned to its normal volume, and Harry thought, I'm going to need to decide how to handle this, and I should decide before someone else decides for me. The post arrived midway through breakfast, a storm of owls wheeling in through the upper windows, dropping parcels and letters along the tables. Sable came down and landed next to Harry's plate with the precision of a bird that has been doing this for years rather than weeks, dropping a letter and accepting a piece of toast in exchange. The letter was from Sharpclaw. Harry read it while Ron navigated the complex operation of eating toast and reading the Quidditch section of the Prophet over Hermione's shoulder without her noticing, which he was managing with moderate success. Sharpclaw's letter was brief. The Ministry of Magic has made an inquiry this morning regarding the events reported at Hogwarts last night. Several ministry officials have noted, with concern, the apparent activation of the sovereignty clause of the Hogwarts Charter and have requested a formal review of its legal status. We expect the ministry will attempt to challenge the clause's validity within the week. We advise the sovereign to take no public action until our legal scholars have prepared a full response, as a premature engagement with the ministry on this matter may. Harry put the letter down. He thought about the advice for approximately 4 seconds. He thought about sealed wills and cupboards under stairs and careful management on other people's timelines. Then he thought, no. What is it? Hermione asked, which meant she'd been watching him. The ministry is going to try to challenge the sovereignty clause, Harry said. Gringotts thinks I should wait. For what? Ron asked. For them to prepare a legal response. Oh, Ron said. Right. Well. Should you wait? Harry picked up his tea. The charter predates the ministry by 400 years. The clause says the authority cannot be revoked, transferred, or suppressed. There's nothing to legally challenge. He paused. They know this. They just want to establish the habit of me asking for permission before I act. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, what are you going to do? Go to class, Harry said. Hermione blinked. That's it? For now, Harry said. The most important thing I can do right now is understand the castle. The authority is already real. Announcing it loudly doesn't make it more real, it just gives people something to argue about. He put down his tea. When I act, I want it to mean something. He looked up from the table and found Cassian Blackwood watching him from the Slytherin table. The 6th year was eating breakfast and reading something, not the Prophet, something older, a heavier volume, and his attention on Harry was the same as last night, not hostile, not impressed, just intensely analytical. Like someone working through a problem with insufficient data and deeply uninterested in arriving at conclusions prematurely. Harry held his gaze. Blackwood looked down at his book. The first day of classes at Hogwarts was, structurally, a process of finding rooms and meeting teachers and receiving textbooks and being told what the year was going to involve, and Harry did all of it. He went to Transfiguration first, which was Professor McGonagall, and she taught them the theory of transfiguration with a crisp, exacting intelligence that Harry respected immediately, and she treated him with a careful, deliberate fairness that told him she had spent the morning deciding how to handle him and had arrived at the conclusion that normally was the right approach, which he appreciated. He turned his match into a needle on the 4th attempt, which was faster than most of the class. Hermione did it on the 2nd. Ron did it on the 7th, and the result was more accurately described as a very thin, needle-shaped match than a needle, but he was pleased about it in the specific way of someone who had expected worse. In the corridor between Transfiguration and their next class, Harry put his hand against the wall again, brief, deliberate, and felt the castle's orientation toward him, the warm specific recognition. He was starting to understand the nature of it better. It wasn't communication exactly, not in any linguistic sense. It was more like structural awareness. The castle knew where everything was, the way a person knows the geography of their own body, and through the ring Harry had access to that knowledge when he asked for it. He asked, "Where is the room the 3 founders' names were taken from?" The warmth in the wall shifted, became directional. Not words. Just orientation, this way, up, left, through the corridor with the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls to dance. He filed it for later and went to charms. Professor Flitwick was small and precise and stood on a pile of books to see over his desk, and he taught them the basic theory of wand movement with a genuine enthusiasm that made the subject feel more alive than its foundation's content warranted. Harry liked him immediately. He had the energy of someone who has been doing what he loves for a very long time and hasn't gotten tired of it. When Flitwick called the register and reached Harry's name, he looked up with the professional equanimity of someone who had been expecting this. "Mr. Potter," Flitwick said. "Professor," Harry said. Flitwick looked at him over tiny spectacles. "I was a dueling champion," he said, apparently randomly. "Before I taught. I've taught for 31 years. In that time I've seen a great many extraordinary students." A pause. "I mention this so you understand that I am not easily overwhelmed." Another pause. "Nevertheless, welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. I imagine it's more specifically yours than most students." Harry didn't quite smile. "I'm looking forward to learning charms." Flitwick's eyes went briefly to the ring and back. "I imagine you are," he said, and went back to the register. Potions was in the dungeons and Professor Snape was exactly what Harry had been told to expect by Ron's older brother's accumulated testimony, which was, tall, dark, cold, and in possession of the specific theatrical authority of someone who uses silences the way other people use words. He swept in, let the quiet extend past comfort, and then spoke. The speech was about the subtlety and exact science of potion making, about fame and how it was no substitute for work, and partway through it Snape's eyes moved to Harry with the deliberate weight of someone who has been waiting to deploy a look. Harry returned it with simple, neutral attention, and something in Snape's expression adjusted, a very small recalculation. "Potter," Snape said. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "Draught of living death," Harry said. "A powerful sleeping potion." "A beet." "Where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar?" "Stomach of a goat." "It's an antidote for most poisons." "Another beet." Snape's eyes dropped briefly to the ring. "What is the difference," he said, more slowly, "between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant," Harry said. "Also called aconite. Different names, same thing." The class was very quiet. Snape looked at Harry for a long moment with an expression that had several layers. The top layer was the familiar cold assessment, but underneath it something else was happening, something that Harry couldn't fully read yet and filed for later. Then Snape moved on. He set them to making a simple calming draught, assigned them to pairs, and moved through the room with a critical eye. Hermione got partnered with a girl named Millicent Bulstrode, which produced a notable tension of mutual academic competitiveness. Ron got paired with Neville, which produced a notable tension of a different kind, largely involving the question of whether Neville's hands were going to stop shaking before they added their ingredients. Harry got no partner. He started the potion on his own, which Snape noted without comment. The ring was interesting in the dungeons, warmer than elsewhere, the castle's awareness more concentrated, as though the old stones down here were denser with history. He worked through the potion steps methodically and thought, while his hands moved, about the three forgotten founders. Marin of the Marsh had created the protective wards. Edric the Grey had contributed the castle's architectural magic. Thessaly Blackmore had bound herself to the castle's defense. All three had been erased from the record. Salazar Slytherin's work, according to the documents Sharpclaw had eventually released, because Slytherin had wanted the school's founding to be clean of Muggleborns, squibs, and what he'd called dark practitioners, which was apparently his way of describing Thessaly Blackmore despite the fact that she had spent her power protecting rather than harming. The ward enchantments that Marin had created were still running. Harry could feel them through the ring, old and steady and built on principles of inclusion rather than exclusion, ward work that protected anyone who entered the school in good faith. Edric's architectural magic was also still running, the staircases moved this morning, the ceiling showed the right weather, the doors opened correctly. Their names had been taken but their work remained, and the castle knew it, and the castle had been trying to show it, and now the castle had its sovereign and the sovereign knew. Harry stirred his potion and thought, restoring their names is the first real act I take. Not the grandest act. But the right first act. How to do it was the question. He looked at the ring. He thought about the wall on the third floor where the names lived in the stone. He thought about the vault's voice, the sovereign has awakened. He thought about the castle's heat through his hands, the way information moved through stone, the way the ring pulsed when he was near something important. He thought that it probably wasn't complicated, actually. The names were still there. They'd just been suppressed, buried under a counter-enchantment. Removing a suppression was, in principle, simpler than creating one. He just needed the right moment. And the right location. "That's a very good calming draft," Snape said, appearing at Harry's shoulder with the disconcerting suddenness of a tall, dark man in a black dungeon. Harry looked at the potion. It was the right color. "Thank you, Professor." Snape looked at it for another moment. "Have you made potions before?" "No," Harry said. "I followed the instructions." Snape's eyes moved to the ring. His jaw tightened, very slightly, almost imperceptibly, the way someone's jaw tightens when they are carefully not reacting to something. He said, and moved away. Lunch was loud and social and welcome. Ron had a great many things to say about Snape, Neville's potion, Draco Malfoy having made a pointed comment about Weasley finances from across the dungeon, and also about whether Harry was going to try out for Quidditch. "First years can't have their own brooms," Harry said. "You're not an ordinary first year," Ron said, with the pragmatic logic of someone who views rules as guidelines for other people's situations. "I'm an ordinary first year in every way that matters for Quidditch," Harry said. "I haven't ridden a broom." "You'd be brilliant though," Ron said confidently. "I can just tell." Hermione, who was eating and reading simultaneously with practiced precision, said without looking up, "I've been thinking about the three founders." "So have I," Harry said. "The restoration of their names in the castle record would require accessing the suppression layer in the ward matrix, and removing it," Harry said. "Yes. That's not a standard spell," Hermione said. "I've been through the index of spells of founding in structure twice. There's nothing specifically applicable." "It's not a spell exactly," Harry said. "It's a sovereignty action. The ring interfaces directly with the castle's magical structure. I don't think it needs a wand or a verbal component." He paused. "I think I just need to be in the right place and know what I want to do." Hermione looked at him over her book. "How confident are you of that?" "Fairly," Harry said. "The ring has been acting on half-formed intentions since I found it. When I thought find Diagon Alley in London, it found it. When I thought open the seal in Gringotts, it opened it." He shrugged. "The mechanism seems to be, I understand what I want and I intend it clearly and the ring executes through the relevant magical framework. That's a very unusual relationship with a magical artifact," Hermione said. "I'm a very unusual situation," Harry said. Ron had stopped eating and was listening to this exchange with the focused, slightly widened eyes he got when something had moved from interesting abstract to interesting actual. "So you could do it today?" he said. "Tonight, probably," Harry said. "I want to do it properly. I want to understand what I'm doing before I do it." "That's sensible," Hermione said, and went back to her book with the particular satisfaction of someone whose preferred approach has been validated. The afternoon classes were Defense Against the Dark Arts, which was Professor Quirrell, and History of Magic, which was Professor Binns. Professor Binns was a ghost, and he taught the way a ghost might be expected to teach, existing in a separate plane of presence from his students, speaking with the flat, monotonous authority of someone for whom the information is simply true and he cannot fathom why it requires anything more elaborate than stating it. Harry took notes because the information was genuinely useful even through the delivery, and he noticed the gaps. The History of Magic curriculum had the same shaped absences as a History of Magic the textbook. Founding-era content that should have been there and wasn't. The ghost drifted past the gaps as though they didn't exist, and Harry wondered if Binns even knew they were there, or if decades of teaching from a Baudelarized curriculum had smoothed over the edges until they weren't visible even to him. Defense Against the Dark Arts was the last class of the day, and Harry arrived at it knowing what he was going to find, because Hermione had told him, not about the Voldemort situation specifically, which she didn't know and he hadn't fully told her yet, but about Quirrell generally. She'd noted that the smell in the corridor near his office was unusual and the garlic rumors were odd, and Harry had filed her observations alongside his own. Professor Quirrell was slight and nervous and wrapped in a purple turban that he adjusted frequently in a reflexive, self-conscious way. He stuttered. He explained that the stutter was a result of an encounter with a vampire in the Black Forest, and he told this story with the particular exhausted shame of someone recounting a thing they are tired of recounting. Harry watched him. The ring was doing something in this classroom that it didn't do anywhere else. Not the warm recognition it did near old magic or important spaces. Something more guarded, a quality of alertness, a drawing up, like a cat whose fur has just gone straight along its spine for a reason it hasn't yet identified. The ring didn't emit heat in Quirrell's presence. It emitted a kind of still, deliberate attention. Harry looked at Quirrell's turban. He thought about Voldemort. He thought about the Philosopher's Stone, which Sharpclaw's letters had alluded to and which the castle itself seemed to register as a point of specific tension. There was a place in the castle, he'd felt it in his early morning exploration, where the normal warm awareness was replaced by a kind of pressure, a concentrated intensity. The third-floor corridor. Right side. He thought about a man who wanted something the castle had, and who was hiding in plain sight with a purple turban and a stutter, and who was looking at Harry right now with an expression so carefully calibrated to project mild anxiety that Harry could see the calculation behind the calibration. He looked back with simple, neutral attention. Quirrell's eyes moved to the ring. The careful anxiety didn't change, but something underneath it did, a tightening, a quickening, the specific quality of a person who has just seen something they very much want. Harry noted it and said nothing. After class, in the corridor, he thought, the stone is in the castle and Voldemort is in the castle and Dumbledore knows both of these things, and probably put them both there deliberately. What's the chain of reasoning that leads to that decision? He was still working through it when he went to dinner, and Neville sat next to him and asked with genuine anxiety whether Harry had understood the defense homework, and Harry walked him through it patiently and noted that Neville was smart in the way that some people are smart, careful and observational rather than quick, the kind of intelligence that builds conclusions correctly if allowed to take its time, and that the anxiety was a layer over it, obscuring it. You understood that just fine, Harry told him, when Neville had explained back Harry's explanation correctly. Did I? Neville said, with the startled uncertainty of someone who has been told they got something right. You did, Harry said. You just second-guess yourself too fast. Neville was quiet for a moment. Then, people don't usually notice that. I notice most things, Harry said. Ron came back from second helpings and dropped into his seat. Hermione's been in the library since 4, he reported. She says she's found something about the Founding-era suppression spells. Good, Harry said. She also says you should probably not do the thing tonight. She probably said probably not tonight, Harry said, because she wants to finish her research first. That's, very nearly exactly what she said, Ron admitted. After dinner, when the common room was full and warm and loud with the first-night energy of a new year beginning, older students catching up, first years still processing everything, a game of exploding snap going catastrophically wrong in one corner, Harry sat by the fire and thought. He thought about what he was going to do and when. He thought about the ministry letter that was presumably being drafted right now somewhere in the bowels of the Ministry of Magic, about lawyers and precedents and the many creative ways in which bureaucratic structures attempt to contain things that cannot be contained. He thought about Dumbledore, who had said nothing to Harry today, not at breakfast, not at any class, not at dinner. Had been present at all 3 meals at the staff table, and at every one of those meals had treated Harry with the carefully managed non-attention of someone who is regrouping. Making plans. Finding the new angle. Harry respected the intelligence behind it. He just wasn't going to let it define the pace. The common room thinned as the evening progressed. Harry stayed where he was, reading the standard book of spells and occasionally exchanging words with Ron, and at 9:30, when the fire was lower and the room held only a few older students occupied with homework or conversations, he stood up. "I'm going for a walk," he said. Ron looked up from the Quidditch magazine he'd been reading for the second time. "Now. I want to see the castle at night. It's past curfew." "I don't think curfew applies to me in the same way," Harry said. He wasn't saying it to be arrogant, he was saying it because it was factually true. The sovereignty clause gave him access to all areas of the school at all times. The castle was his. Ron thought about this. "Can I come?" Harry considered. "Yes," he said. But quietly. They went through the portrait hole. The fat lady, woken from a doze, gave them a look of theatrical displeasure, and into the corridors. Harry moved through the castle at night with the ease of someone who has a map and the map is the building itself. He led Ron up the 2 flights they'd taken that morning, along the corridor with the Barnabas the Barmy tapestry, and up a shorter stair to the section of wall he'd found that morning. There was another person there. Cassian Blackwood was standing in front of the wall with his wand lit and a look of concentrated attention, examining the stone surface the way Harry had examined it that morning, with the specific quality of someone who knows something is there but cannot quite see it. He heard them coming and turned, wand up, and when he saw Harry his wand came neither fully down nor further up, it stayed at an angle, undecided, the position of someone who is not going to hex first but isn't committed to not hexing. "Potter," he said. He was taller than Harry had registered at dinner, built solidly, with the particular assurance of someone who had gone through the first accelerated years of physical growth and come out the other side. His dark eyes were sharp and a little tired. "Weasley." "Blackwood," Harry said. "You're the one who activated the clause last night," Blackwood said. "Not a question." "Yes," Harry said. "I've been arguing that the ancient legal frameworks should be revoked," Blackwood said. "All of them. The sovereignty clause included." "I know," Harry said. "Sharpclaw mentioned your family. And Ron told me about the school paper." Blackwood's expression went through something brief and controlled. "And you're here to exercise your claim." "I'm here," Harry said, nodding at the wall, "to restore 3 names that were erased from the founding record." "Do you know whose names they are?" A pause. Blackwood looked at the wall. His jaw was tight. "Marin. Edric. Thessaly," he said, slowly, like words he'd worked out and never said aloud. "You knew," Harry said. "I suspected." Blackwood looked at him. "I found references in the restricted section. Fragments of the founding-era documents that predated the official record. 3 names that kept appearing in old ward work and architectural references and were nowhere in the sanctioned history." He paused. "I wrote my arguments about the old legal frameworks partly because I thought the sovereignty clause was being used as a weapon by pure-blood supremacists. The idea of an heir who holds authority over Hogwarts is exactly the kind of mythology blood status ideology weaponizes." "It is," Harry said. "You're right about that." Blackwood blinked, apparently having expected an argument. "Then you understand why." "I understand why you arrived at that conclusion from the evidence available," Harry said. "The problem is the evidence was incomplete. The 3 founders who were erased were a Muggleborn, a squib, and a practitioner that Slytherin labeled as dark because he didn't want to acknowledge what she actually was." He paused. "The sovereignty clause was created by all 7 founders together. Slytherin signed it as well. It was designed not as a pure-blood legacy mechanism but as a check on exactly the kind of unilateral power that Slytherin later tried to exercise. The sovereign can't be blood prejudiced, because the sovereign descends from a Muggle-born founding line as well as the other 6. Blackwood was very still. He looked at the ring, then at Harry's face. The calculation in his eyes had not gone away, but something adjacent to it had shifted. "You can prove this," he said. "Gringotts has the documentation," Harry said. "The original founding-era charter, all 7 signatories. I can arrange for you to see it." "Why?" Blackwood said flatly. "Why would you do that?" Because I agree with half your argument, Harry said. The old legal frameworks have been used to justify blood supremacy and they should be challenged and most of them should go. The sovereignty clause is different, not because it benefits me, but because it was specifically designed to prevent what you're worried about, not enable it. But I can't expect you to take that on faith. You should see the documentation. Blackwood studied him for a long moment. Ron, beside Harry, was quiet with the specific quiet of someone who is watching something important happen and has correctly assessed that his job right now is to not interrupt it. You're 10 years old, Blackwood said. Yes, Harry said. You found the ring 2 months ago. July 30th. And you're standing in front of a section of wall in the middle of the night proposing to restore the names of 3 people who've been erased from history for 9 centuries, and offering to share founding-era documentation with a 6th-year Slytherin who's been publicly arguing against your authority. Yes, Harry said. A silence. Then, incredibly, Blackwood made a sound that was almost a laugh, not dismissive, not incredulous, but the sound of someone who has encountered something genuinely unexpected and finds it, against their better judgment, somewhat remarkable. Fine, he said. He stepped back from the wall. Let's see if it works. Harry stepped forward. He put his right hand flat against the wall, not the brief testing contact of this morning but deliberate, full, the ring against the stone. He thought about Marin, who had built the wards that protected everyone in this building. He thought about Edric, who had given the castle its bones. He thought about Thessaly, who had spent her power defending rather than conquering. He thought about their names living in the stone, pressed down under 9 centuries of enforced silence, patient as stone itself. He thought, restore. The ring blazed. Not the gentle pulse of ordinary operation, a full, clean surge, all 7 colors at once, the heat of it extraordinary up his arm and across his chest. The wall under his hand lit from inside, silver light bleeding through the stone, and the corridor was suddenly bright with it, and Ron made a sharp sound that was cut short when he saw what was happening. The names came up out of the stone. Not carved, not written, they rose, 3-dimensional, letters forming in the living rock as though they'd been there all along and simply needed permission to be seen. They were the same scale as the other founder names visible in the Great Hall and on the school's official crests, the 4 known founders whose names were everywhere. These 3 were the same size, the same style, the same permanence. Marin of the Marsh. Edric the Grey. Thessaly Blackmore. Below each name, rising with it like a tide, their contributions. Not a paragraph, not an explanation, just the simple titles that should have always been there. Ward Founder. Architect Founder. Shield Founder. The light held for a moment, warm and complete. Then it faded. The names stayed. Harry took his hand off the wall. The ring settled back to its quiet warmth. The corridor was silent. Blackwood was staring at the wall. He was not moving. His face had undergone a series of changes that he'd evidently given up trying to manage, and what was there now was simple, unguarded, the expression of someone for whom something theoretical has just become physical and the adjustment is significant. There'll be more of them through the castle, Harry said. Other places where they've been suppressed. I'll find them. He paused. I'll need someone who knows the restricted section. Blackwood looked at him slowly. That's why you told me about the documentation, he said. You want my help. I want someone who cares about the truth more than they care about being right, Harry said. You clearly do. Most people don't. Another long silence. Blackwood looked at the wall again. He reached out and touched the letters, Marin's name, with 2 fingers, gently, the way you touch something you want to verify is real. I'll think about it, he said. Good, Harry said. They walked back through the corridors, Harry and Ron toward Gryffindor Tower, Blackwood toward the dungeons, and the castle hummed differently now, Harry thought. A different note in the chord, 3 new ones added, something that had been slightly dissonant suddenly resolving. At the junction where their paths split, Blackwood stopped and said, Why Weasley? Ron, caught off guard, said, "Sorry. Why is he with you for this?" "Because I asked him," Harry said simply. Blackwood looked at Ron, then at Harry. "Fair enough," he said, and walked away. Ron waited until the footsteps faded, then turned to Harry with the expression of someone who has been holding something in for several minutes. "That was, I know," Harry said. "He's a sixth-year Slytherin prefect who hates the sovereignty clause and you just, I know," Harry said. "Is this a normal thing? Do things work out like this for you?" Harry thought about a decade in a cupboard. About sealed wills and £12 and Sable choosing him across a shop counter. "Not historically," he said. They went back through the portrait hole and the fat lady gave them an even more theatrical look of displeasure than before, and the common room was nearly empty now, just the fire and two older students asleep in armchairs with books on their faces. Harry sat down and opened his notebook. He wrote, "Names restored. Castle registered it, the hum changed. Need to find the others. Blackwood is useful and honest and probably right about most of the things he's right about. Quirrell is a problem that needs timing. Dumbledore hasn't spoken to me yet. That changes tomorrow." He closed the notebook. He looked at the fire. He thought about Dumbledore, about the sealed will, about the cupboard, about 10 years of carefully managed isolation. About what the old man was planning to do with a situation that had gotten irreversibly away from him. He'll want to talk to me, Harry thought. He'll want to frame it as mentorship. As guidance. He'll be warm and wise and thoroughly in control of the conversation. He needs to understand that those terms don't apply anymore. He went to bed and slept well, and in the morning when he came down the common room, Hermione was already there with 9 books open on the study table and the expression of someone who had been awake since 5 and had found what she was looking for. "I've got it," she said, without looking up. "The Founding-era suppression enchantments. I know how they work and I've found references to 4 other locations in the castle where names or records were suppressed by the same mechanism." She paused, finally looking up, and registered his expression. "You've already done it, haven't you?" "Last night," Harry said. Hermione looked briefly, intensely frustrated. "Then, did it work?" "Perfectly," Harry said. The frustration resolved into satisfaction, because ultimately Hermione was someone for whom the outcome mattered more than whether she'd been in the room when it happened. "Good," she said. "Here are the other 4 locations." She turned a notebook page toward him. "I've mapped them. And," she reached to a separate pile of notes, "I found something else. About Quirrell." Harry sat down across from her. "Tell me." "There are references in Dark Arts Detection and Defense, 3rd edition, to a category of possession enchantment that allows a diminished magical entity to inhabit a living host. The signs are," she checked her notes, "physical concealment of the possession point, unusual double magical signature when scanned, and a specific cold spot in the aura of anyone in the vicinity of the possessed host when the entity is active." She looked up. "Does your ring do anything in Quirrell's presence?" "It goes very still and attentive," Harry said. "Different from anywhere else in the castle." "That's probably the detection function," Hermione said. "The ring has ward properties built in, Marin's ward magic, specifically, according to what you told me. Marin's wards were designed to detect harmful presences. So the ring knows something is wrong with Quirrell," Harry said. "Something is in Quirrell," Hermione said precisely. "And I think we both know what." Ron came through the dormitory door, rumpled and cheerful, and stopped when he read the atmosphere of the table. "What did I miss?" "Sit down," Harry said. "This is important." He told them about Voldemort. Not everything he knew, he was still careful about what he knew and what he suspected and what was confirmed, but enough. Enough that Ron went from rumpled and cheerful to serious and pale in about 30 seconds, and Hermione added 4 pages of new notes, and both of them sat across from Harry in the morning firelight with the particular quality of people who have decided something. Ron said, "What do we do?" "We don't panic," Harry said. And we don't tell Dumbledore yet. Not until I've talked to him. He knows Voldemort is in the castle, he almost certainly put the stone here as bait. I want to understand his reasoning before I decide whether his approach is the right one. What if it isn't? Ron said. Then I'll handle it differently, Harry said. How? Ron said. Harry looked at the ring. He thought about the sovereignty clause. This authority cannot be revoked, transferred, or suppressed. It activates upon the first crossing of the threshold of Hogwarts grounds by the sovereign. He thought about the castle humming beneath him, aware and oriented and patient. I'm the sovereign of Hogwarts, Harry said. Voldemort wants something inside this castle. This is my castle. Those are different facts, but they connect. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. Then she wrote something in her notebook, underlined it twice, and said, "We need a better understanding of the stone and what Voldemort actually wants with it before we can plan properly." Agreed, Harry said. Library, Hermione said. After breakfast, Ron said firmly. Harry picked up his tea. The ring was warm on his finger and the castle hummed its steady, patient hum, and the fire crackled, and outside the common room windows the September morning was just arriving, grey and cool and full of everything that was about to happen. He thought, Dumbledore is going to come to me today. He thought, good. Chapter 4, The Laws of Old Dumbledore came to him after breakfast. Not dramatically. Not with the full weight of headmaster's authority or the elaborate staging of a summons. He simply appeared at Harry's shoulder as Harry was leaving the Great Hall, materializing from the direction of the staff table with the unhurried ease of someone who has perfected the art of being where he needs to be without appearing to have moved. "Harry," he said warmly. "A word, if you have a moment." Harry had been expecting this since the naming ceremony 2 days ago. He'd spent the intervening time preparing not arguments but clarity, knowing exactly what he thought and what he wanted from this conversation before it started, because Dumbledore was someone who could fill a room with warmth and wisdom and careful framing until you forgot you'd walked in with your own agenda. "Of course, Professor," Harry said. Ron and Hermione were beside him. Dumbledore's eyes moved to them with the gentle, inclusive smile of someone who means to have a private conversation. "I'll catch up," Harry told them. Hermione gave him a look that communicated several things simultaneously: be careful, remember everything, tell us immediately, compressed into roughly 1 second of eye contact. Then she and Ron went, and Harry turned back to Dumbledore. The headmaster led him not to his office but to a smaller room off the entrance hall, a sitting room, comfortable, with a fire going and 2 chairs already positioned the way chairs are positioned when someone has prepared a meeting. Harry registered this without comment and sat in the nearer chair, and Dumbledore sat in the other with the settled ease of someone on familiar ground. "I imagine," Dumbledore said, "that you have questions." "Many," Harry said. "And I imagine," Dumbledore continued, "that you would prefer to ask them directly rather than spend time on pleasantries. Which I appreciate. Directness is a quality I admire, even when, a small, warm pause, it makes conversations more challenging." "My parents will," Harry said. The fire crackled. Dumbledore's expression did not change, the warmth was still there, the careful wise benevolence, but something behind his eyes had been ready for this, and the readiness itself told Harry something. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I expected we'd begin there." "They didn't want me at the Dursleys," Harry said. "They named Sirius Black as primary guardian. You sealed the will 9 days after it was filed. Then you placed me at Privet Drive." He paused. "Why?" Dumbledore leaned back slightly. His long fingers laced together over one knee. "Sirius Black," he said carefully, "was at that time believed to have betrayed your parents to Voldemort. He was arrested within days of their deaths. The evidence against him was," a pause, "substantial, in the eyes of those handling the case. But not tried," Harry said. "He was imprisoned without a trial." A brief silence. "That is correct," Dumbledore said. "The chaos of those days, did you believe he was guilty?" Harry asked. Another silence. Longer. The fire shifted. I believed, Dumbledore said finally, that the situation was uncertain enough to make his guardianship of you too great a risk. He met Harry's eyes with a directness that Harry recognized as the most honest version of what the old man was willing to give. I may have been wrong about that. You were, Harry said. I've read the Gringotts records. The Potter family solicitor's notes from October 1981. They name the actual secret keeper and it isn't Sirius Black. He watched Dumbledore's face. You had access to those same records. You've been Chief Warlock for decades. You could have checked. Dumbledore said nothing. You didn't check, Harry said, because checking might have given you an answer that complicated your plan. Harry, Dumbledore began, gently. What was the plan? Harry said. Specifically. Not the blood wards, I understand the mechanics of that, Hermione found the relevant theory and it makes sense as a protective measure. But the blood wards don't require ignorance. They don't require my parents' will to be sealed. They don't require me to grow up not knowing about the magical world. He paused. What did? Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The warm benevolence was still there, but there was something else now, something that was almost, Harry thought, relief. The specific quality of relief in someone who has been carrying a very heavy secret and has been found out and is discovering that being found out is slightly easier than the carrying. You are, Dumbledore said slowly, more prepared for this conversation than I anticipated. I had a good summer, Harry said. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth moved. Not quite a smile. There is a prophecy, he said. Made before your birth. It concerns you and Voldemort. It describes a connection between you. A power that one holds that the other does not. It spoke of a child born as the 7th month dies, marked by Voldemort as his equal. The old eyes were steady on Harry's. Voldemort heard part of this prophecy and acted on it. He came for your family because of it. When he failed to kill you, when the curse rebounded, it became the axis around which everything else turned. And you decided, Harry said, that I needed to arrive at that prophecy, at my role in it, in a specific way. I believed, Dumbledore said, that a child who grew up knowing their destiny would be shaped by it in the wrong way. That power arrived at too early, too consciously, produces something, he paused, choosing words carefully, brittle. That what was needed was not a warrior trained for war but a person formed by ordinary life. By love, even imperfect love. By the knowledge of loss without the armor of power. Harry sat with this for a moment. He didn't dismiss it, it was not a stupid argument, and Dumbledore was not a stupid man, and the intention behind it was genuine care, the kind of care that goes wrong the way well-intentioned things go wrong, which is slowly and with great confidence. The vault, Harry said. Did you know about it? I knew of its existence, Dumbledore said. I did not know its location until, a pause, until recently. I was not aware it had followed you to Privet Drive. When did you plan to tell me about it? After your 17th birthday, Dumbledore said. When the inheritance would have been, 7 years later than it activated, Harry said. 7 years later than the threshold age specified in the charter. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. And in those 7 years, Harry said, you would have guided my education. Shaped my understanding of Voldemort and the prophecy and my own history. Made sure I arrived at the right conclusions in the right order. He paused. Your conclusions. Your order. The fire was the only sound. Dumbledore's face was very still. I'm not angry, Harry said, and meant it in the specific way he'd meant it since August, not an absence of anger but a decision about what to do with it. I understand why you did it. I think you were wrong. I think you treated me as a piece on a board rather than a person making choices, and I think that approach was going to produce exactly the wrong outcome eventually regardless of how well you managed it. He paused. But I'm here now, and the sovereignty is activated, and I need to know if you're going to work with that or against it. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. In the silence Harry could hear the fire and the distant sound of students in the corridor beyond the door and, beneath it all, the castle's steady hum. "You are," Dumbledore said, "the most remarkable 10-year-old I have ever encountered." "That's not an answer," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore agreed. He leaned forward slightly, elbows on knees, and for a moment the warm benevolence was entirely gone and what was there instead was simply an old man, genuinely tired, looking at something he hadn't planned for and finding it unexpectedly, possibly, better than what he had planned. "The Philosopher's Stone," he said. "You know it's here." "Yes," Harry said. "And you know what's after it." "Yes," Harry said. "My plan," Dumbledore said, "was to allow events to develop naturally. To let Voldemort make his attempt, and to allow you, when the time came, to be the one to stop him. As the prophecy implies. As the story requires. And if I told you," Harry said, "that I don't intend to let the stone be threatened for the sake of a narrative?" Dumbledore was quiet. "I'm the sovereign of this castle," Harry said. "Voldemort wants something inside it. My instinct is not to let a chess game play out in my home." He paused. "But I want to understand the prophecy properly before I act. Can I read it?" "The prophecy is held at the Ministry," Dumbledore said. "In the Department of Mysteries." "Then I want to know the full text," Harry said. "You know it." A long pause. Then Dumbledore recited it, carefully, word by word, and Harry listened and turned it over in his mind the way he turned everything over, methodically, looking for the actual content rather than the weight of it. When Dumbledore finished, Harry sat quietly for a moment. "Neither can live while the other survives," he said. "That's the line that matters." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "It doesn't specify when," Harry said. "It doesn't say it has to happen now. It says the condition can't persist, one of them ends, eventually, by the hand of the other. That's inevitable. It doesn't make everything between now and then a foregone story." He looked at the ring. "Voldemort is a passenger in someone else's body. He's diminished. What he wants right now is the stone to restore himself. If I prevent that, the prophecy is still intact, he still exists, he still has to be dealt with, but he doesn't get to restore himself and raise an army and kill more people in the interim. The stone cannot remain at Hogwarts indefinitely," Dumbledore said. "It was always intended as a temporary measure." "Then move it," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "Move it." "Tonight," Harry said. "Take it somewhere Voldemort can't reach it. Remove it from the equation. Then deal with Quirrell separately." He paused. "Can you do that?" Dumbledore leaned back again. He was quiet for almost 30 seconds, not the calculated quiet of a man choosing words, but genuine thinking, the internal movement of someone updating a model. "I can," he said finally. "Though Voldemort will react," Harry said. "Yes. Which is better than him succeeding in having an army by spring." He stood up. "I'd like to be consulted before you make major decisions about this castle going forward." Dumbledore looked up at him. "I am the headmaster, Harry." "And I'm the sovereign," Harry said, without aggression and without apology. "Those aren't the same authority and they don't conflict unless we make them conflict. You run the school. That's your domain and I have no interest in it. But the wards, the castle's foundational magic, the ancient charter provisions, those are mine. We can work together on the overlap or we can work against each other and neither of us wants that." Another long silence. Dumbledore's hands, always expressive, always in motion in his usual conversations, were very still in his lap. "No," he said. "Neither of us wants that." He looked at Harry with something that was not quite what Harry had seen in his face before, not the warm managed benevolence, not the sharp recalculation of a man behind plans. Something closer to simple, direct assessment, one intelligent person to another. "You will find," Dumbledore said, "that I am more useful as an ally than you perhaps currently believe. I hope so, Harry said honestly. He left the sitting room and went to find his friends. The next 3 weeks moved with the rhythm of a new school term finding its footing, classes and homework and the castle becoming familiar in the way that places become familiar when you spend time in them, the corridors losing their confusion and becoming landscape, the daily structure of meals and lessons and free periods taking on a texture. Harry moved through all of it and also beside it, on a parallel track that ran through the castle's foundational magic and the 4 remaining suppressed locations Hermione had identified and the ring's quiet, ongoing conversation with the stone around him. He found the second suppressed location in the east wing of the 3rd floor, a section of corridor near a disused classroom where Marin's name appeared again, this time in the context of a specific ward inscription that should have been part of the castle's official dedication stone and had been removed. He restored it the way he'd restored the first, hand to stone, ring blazing briefly, the names rising back into visibility. The 3rd was in the library, of all places. Not in the restricted section, in the main collection, in the section on Hogwarts architectural history. There was a case of reference materials, old ledgers and founding-era documents, and one of them had been suppressed, a page listing all 7 founders' contributions to the library's collection. Harry sat in the library on a Wednesday afternoon with Hermione and Blackwood, who had, after 3 days of thinking, returned to the topic with the directness of someone who has made a decision and is not interested in revisiting the decision, only in the work, and Blackwood ran his fingers along the spines while Hermione cross-referenced her notes, and Harry put his hand flat against the glass of the case, and the suppression lifted, and the 7th page became visible. Hermione made a sound that was almost a gasp, quickly controlled. Blackwood read the page in silence for a long moment. His finger traced Marin's listed contributions, 7 foundational texts on ward theory, the originals in her own hand, which apparently still existed somewhere in the library's deeper archives. The originals, Blackwood said. If they're still here, they will be, Harry said. The castle doesn't lose things. It just needs permission to show them. Blackwood looked at him sideways. You're certain of that? The castle is thorough, Harry said simply. Right, Blackwood said, in the tone he used when he was somewhere between skeptical and impressed and hadn't settled on a ratio yet. The 4th location was the dungeon, near the potions classroom, a section of the founding plaque that had named the school's protective principles, and from which several lines had been removed. The lines, when Harry restored them, were in Marin's voice specifically, and they were the original statement of Hogwarts' inclusive protective intent, that the school would shelter any child with magical ability regardless of birth, without condition or hierarchy. Snape came out of his classroom while Harry was finishing, and stood in the doorway looking at Harry crouched on the dungeon floor with his hand against the wall and the ring putting out silver light. His expression moved through several stages and arrived at something carefully blank. "What," Snape said, "are you doing to my dungeon?" "Restoring the founding plaque," Harry said. He took his hand off the wall and stood. The original text, specifically. 7 lines were removed about 900 years ago. Snape read the newly visible text in silence. His face was very controlled. Marin of the Marsh, he read. Ward founder, Harry said. One of the 3 who were erased. Snape was quiet for another moment. When he looked at Harry again his expression was the one Harry had come to think of as Snape's working expression, stripped of performance, stripped of the cold theatrical authority, just sharp attention on an object of interest. The ward principles in those lines, Snape said carefully, are still active. They never stopped being active, Harry said. She built them into the foundation. Removing her name didn't remove her work. But restoring her name, strengthens the original intent in the foundational layer, Harry said. Yes. The castle recognizes the acknowledgement. It's not just cosmetic. Snape read the plaque again. His jaw worked once, almost imperceptibly. Then he said, the Muggleborns in my class have been struggling with a specific inhibition in the dungeon's magical environment since I took over this room. I always attributed it to their general lack of foundational education. He paused, and the pause had a quality of someone making a significant concession in small, careful increments. It's possible the environmental suppression was affecting their magical sensitivity. Possible, Harry said, matching his tone. We'll see if the next class produces different results, Snape said, and went back into his classroom and closed the door. Harry stood in the dungeon corridor and thought, interesting man. The fifth location, the last on Hermione's list, was in the astronomy tower. Not the tower itself but the room at its base, which housed the old telescope equipment and the star charts that had been maintained since the school's founding. One entire wall of the room was a dedication, an old astronomical record showing the positions of the stars on the night Hogwarts was founded, inscribed with the names of its founders. 3 names had been removed from it, leaving asymmetrical blank spaces that had presumably been smoothed over magically enough that centuries of students had looked at them without registering the absence. Harry went at night again. He had established a pattern of nighttime exploration that McGonagall had stopped formally objecting to after Harry had a brief, factual conversation with her about the Charter's access provisions, and which she now tacitly permitted with the specific grace of someone who chooses her battles well. Hermione came. Ron came. Blackwood came, which by now had become simply the way of things, his presence woven in without fanfare. Neville came too, because he'd been following Harry's activities with the quiet attentiveness he applied to everything important, and because Harry had invited him, partly because Neville was observant and useful and partly because he had the feeling that Neville Longbottom needed someone to notice he was worth including in things. Neville stood beside Harry in the astronomy tower room and looked at the blank spaces in the star chart and said, "They just took the names out." "Like that?" "Like that," Harry said. "That's cruel," Neville said quietly. "Yes," Harry said. "It is." He put his hand against the star chart. The ring pulsed, deep and warm. The names rose, not in stone here but in the gilded ink of the original inscription, gold letters appearing as though the original scribe were writing them back into existence. Marin. Edric. Thessaly. Their names among the stars, in the chart of the founding night sky, where they had always belonged. The room was very quiet when it was done. Blackwood said, after a moment, "That's all 5 locations." "That you found," Harry said. "There may be others. The castle will show me if there are." "Will it just show you things?" Ron asked. "Sometimes," Harry said. "It's more like, I can ask and it answers. Or I notice something and it responds to the noticing." He looked at the restored star chart. "It's been doing this for 1,000 years without a sovereign. 900 of those years with 3 of its founders missing from the record. I think relieved is not quite the right word, but the quality of the hum has changed since the first restoration. It's fuller." Neville was still looking at the star chart. "What were they like?" he said. "The 3 of them." "I don't know yet," Harry said. "I'd like to find out." "The original's in the library," Hermione said immediately. "Marin's texts. If they're accessible now, tomorrow," Harry said. "We'll look tomorrow." Marin's texts were accessible the next morning, and they were extraordinary, not in content Harry could read easily, because they were in a version of written English so archaic it was barely recognizable, but Hermione had studied Old and Middle English on her own initiative at age 8 and could navigate them, and she spent 3 days reading them in the library with Blackwood's help for the magical theory components and emerged with 17 pages of notes and the look of someone who has found exactly the kind of evidence they needed for an argument they'd been building for years. She was extraordinary, Hermione said, at breakfast on the 4th day, with the conviction of someone who has reached a conclusion through evidence rather than sentiment. Her ward theory is foundational to everything in the current curriculum on protective enchantments. Every ward chapter in every textbook we have traces back to her principles but cites other sources because her name was removed. There are a dozen wizards in the historical record who got credit for work that was fundamentally hers. That's infuriating, Ron said. Yes, Hermione agreed, with quiet, precise fury. It is. Blackwood said, I've been thinking about the school paper. Harry looked at him. And? A historical piece, Blackwood said. The 3 founding era contributors and the suppression mechanism. I can write it objectively. I have the documentation from Gringotts you arranged, plus Hermione's analysis of the texts and the physical evidence in the castle now that the names are visible. He paused, with the careful dignity of someone making an offer they're not sure will be received as intended. It would be more credible coming from me than from you. I've been publicly skeptical of the sovereignty clause. If I write about the historical evidence and the restoration, it reads as independent verification, rather than a sovereign claiming his own legitimacy. Harry looked at him for a moment. That's smart, he said. I know it is, Blackwood said. Ron made a small sound that was possibly a laugh. Write it, Harry said. The ministry letter arrived on a Wednesday morning with a small owl that had the frantic energy of an animal that has been given a very urgent task and is aware of it. It dropped the letter in Harry's porridge with enough force to splash Hermione's pumpkin juice, and then sat on the rim of Harry's bowl and stared at him with bright, anxious eyes. The letter was from the Office of Magical Law Enforcement. It was formally worded and signed by 3 different officials and used the phrase legal review 4 times in 2 paragraphs. The substance of it was, the Ministry of Magic did not recognize the sovereignty clause as a currently valid legal instrument, was conducting a review of its status under modern magical law, and wished to request that Harry Potter refrain from exercising any claimed sovereignty powers pending the outcome of said review. Harry read it twice. He fed the anxious ministry owl a piece of his toast, because it looked like it needed it, and then he wrote his response on the back of the envelope. The sovereignty clause of the Hogwarts Charter predates the Ministry of Magic by 400 years and predates any legal framework the ministry has authority to review. The clause itself specifies that it cannot be revoked, suppressed, or transferred. The ministry is welcome to conduct whatever internal review it considers appropriate. That review will not affect the clause's legal status, which is self-constituting and self-evidencing. Please direct any further correspondence to Gringotts Bank, which holds the relevant documentation, and where the founding era records are available for examination. He folded it, gave it back to the owl, and went back to his porridge. Should you have a solicitor for that? Hermione said. Sharpclaw is handling the legal side, Harry said. That letter was a pressure tactic. They wanted me to feel the weight of the ministry behind a request and comply. He paused. I'm not going to do that. What will they do when they get your reply? Ron asked. Escalate, Harry said. Which is fine. Every escalation produces more documentation of the clause and its validity. If they push hard enough they'll have to acknowledge it formally, which is the opposite of what they want. Hermione was making notes. This is going to become very political, she said. Eventually, Harry said. Not immediately. Right now it's mostly administrative. They don't want a fight, they want me to be uncertain enough to slow down. He wasn't uncertain. He was very, very clear. The weather in October turned cold and the first Quidditch match of the season approached, and Harry found himself on a broomstick at 7 in the morning on a Thursday because Ron had been relentless about it and Harry had eventually concluded that trying Quidditch had more upside than continued theoretical resistance. The broom they found in the school broom shed was a Nimbus series, not the newest model but maintained well, and Harry had been on it for approximately 30 seconds before understanding what all the fuss was about. Flying was nothing like anything else. It bypassed all of his usual careful processing and simply was, the wind and the height and the specific freedom of movement in 3 dimensions, the way the broom responded to shifts of weight and intent with a directness that reminded him, actually, of the ring. The same kind of responsive relationship between will and effect. He was good at it immediately and with the particular naturalness of someone for whom the skill was already there and just needed the opportunity. Ron, watching from below on his own school broom, let out a whoop. I knew it, Ron said. I completely knew it. Harry came down from 50 feet and landed on the pitch grass. His heart was doing something it hadn't done since he'd opened the vault in his cupboard, a quick, clean, uncomplicated joy that didn't have any politics or complexity attached to it. He stood on the grass with the morning cold on his face and thought, I'm going to do this properly. He went to McGonagall that afternoon and asked about the first-year exemption for Quidditch. McGonagall looked at him over her spectacles with an expression that was doing something complicated. The rule, she said, exists because 11-year-olds on broomsticks during competitive play is a liability concern. The grounds for exemption are, she paused, exceptional demonstrated ability and a formal sponsorship request from the relevant house team captain. What if the grounds for exemption were sovereignty-based? Harry asked. The charter specifies that the sovereign has access to all castle facilities and activities without the standard age restrictions. McGonagall studied him. You want to play Quidditch? I want the option, Harry said. I haven't decided yet. The rule, McGonagall said slowly, predates my appointment. If the charter provision supersedes it, she paused, and Harry could see her doing the very precise internal calculation of someone who deeply respects institutional rules and is working out whether this particular rule can survive contact with a more fundamental authority. I'll speak to Oliver Wood, she said, with the decisiveness of someone who has completed the calculation and arrived at a conclusion. The Gryffindor team captain. Thank you, Harry said. Oliver Wood found Harry the next morning at breakfast with the energy of someone who has been handed a gift and cannot believe the gift is real. He was 16, broad-shouldered, and radiated Quidditch with the total commitment intensity of a person for whom the sport is not a hobby but a philosophy. Harry had a 10-minute conversation with him in the corridor, at the end of which he had agreed to be Gryffindor Seeker and Wood had agreed to not make the practices longer than 2 hours, which from the look on Wood's face had required significant self-restraint. The conversation with Quirrell happened not because Harry chose it but because Quirrell engineered it. It was a Friday evening, late. Harry had been in the library with Hermione and Blackwood, going through Marin's texts, and had left alone because the other two were deep in a disagreement about translating a specific archaic construction and neither of them had noticed Harry say goodnight. He was walking back through the second-floor corridor when Quirrell appeared ahead of him from the direction of the stairs, and they were alone in the corridor, and the timing was too specific for coincidence. Quirrell stopped. Smiled nervously. Adjusted his turban. The ring went very still on Harry's finger. Cold and alert, the quality it only had in this man's presence. Mr. Potter, Quirrell said. Working late? Library, Harry said. He kept his body language neutral and his distance at roughly 10 feet, which was comfortable conversation distance and also far enough that he could move freely if needed. Yes. Quirrell's eyes moved to the ring with the same quality Harry had registered in the first defense class, hunger, carefully managed, visible only because Harry was specifically watching for it. I've been wanting to congratulate you. On the founding ceremonies. The restorations. It's fascinating work. Thank you, Harry said. History is so important, Quirrell said. He had moved, imperceptibly, a half-step forward. The past, what it leaves behind. Objects of power, for instance. Ancient artifacts. His eyes didn't move to the ring this time, with visible effort. There are so many things in this castle with extraordinary history. There are, Harry said. The third-floor corridor, Quirrell said, and his voice had changed, not dramatically, just a fraction smoother, the stutter briefly absent, the nervousness thinning to something underneath it that was not nervous at all. I've always found it fascinating. Harry looked at him steadily. Have you? Yes. A smile. Of course, it's off-limits to students. The headmaster keeps it secure. He paused. Though I imagine for you it's different. Given your access. I have access to all areas of the castle, Harry said. Yes. I wonder, Quirrell said, and the stutter was almost entirely gone now, the voice smoothing further into something that was not Quirrell's at all, something older and colder wearing Quirrell's vocal cords like a borrowed coat. I wonder if you've explored that particular corridor yet. It has some very interesting contents. Harry felt it then, not through the ring this time but through the castle itself, the direct awareness that came through the soles of his feet. A pressure in the direction of the third-floor corridor, specific and concentrated. The stone. And around it, the elaborate protections Dumbledore had put in place, the layered defenses of several teachers' work, complex and interdependent. And pressing against those defenses, gently, persistently, the cold attention of something that had been testing them for weeks. He looked at Quirrell. He looked at what was behind Quirrell's eyes. "You're not going to get it," Harry said simply. The pretense went. Not all at once. Quirrell's body still stood there, the turban still purple, the classroom teacher clothes still present, but the effort of the performance dropped away like a coat shrugged off, and what was left was cold and sharp and very old, looking at Harry from behind Quirrell's face. "You're a child," the voice said. Not Quirrell's stutter. Something else entirely. "Whatever that ring makes you, you're still a child." "Yes," Harry said. "And you think you can stand between me and what I need?" "I'm not standing between anything," Harry said. "The stone is being moved. Tonight. Dumbledore is doing it now." He watched the thing behind Quirrell's face. "You're too late." A silence. The torches in the corridor wavered. "You told him to move it," the voice said. "Yes," Harry said. The cold in the corridor deepened. Harry felt the ring shift from its alert stillness to something active, the same quality as when the names were in the wall, something preparing to act. He kept his hand at his side and his breathing steady and his eyes on Quirrell's face. "Do you know what I am?" the voice asked. "You're Voldemort," Harry said. "You're the diminished remnant of someone who was, by most accounts, enormously powerful before they made a series of catastrophic philosophical errors. You need a physical body and you need the stone to get one because you burned through your original one." He paused. "You're also in my castle without my consent, which is a problem I'm going to address separately from the stone." The temperature in the corridor dropped another several degrees. Quirrell's hands raised and Harry saw the wand in one of them, pointing at the floor, and he kept his eyes on Quirrell's face. "The prophecy," Voldemort said. "You know of it?" "Yes," Harry said. "Then you know we are connected." "That we are connected doesn't mean equivalent," Harry said. "And prophecies are descriptive, not prescriptive." "I know what it says. I'm deciding for myself what to do about it." He paused. "Not what Dumbledore decided. Not what you're trying to arrange. What I decide." Something moved behind Quirrell's eyes. Not the hunger this time, something adjacent to calculation, the look of something reassessing a situation. Harry had the peculiar sensation of being genuinely looked at by Voldemort for the first time, looked at rather than looked through, as though until this moment he had been a variable and had just become a factor. "You are not what I expected," Voldemort said. "I know," Harry said. "Good night, Professor." He walked past Quirrell, not quickly, not in retreat, at his own pace, and he felt Quirrell turn to watch him go and felt the wand tracking him for 3 steps and then lowering. He walked to the end of the corridor and turned the corner and kept walking, steady, the ring warm and alert on his finger, until the presence behind him faded and the corridor returned to its ordinary temperature. He sat down on a windowsill at the end of the second-floor corridor and looked out at the dark grounds. That was real, he thought. That was Voldemort, actually present, actually speaking. His hands were steady. His breathing was normal. He filed the encounter under important, handled appropriately, follow-up required and made a mental list, tell Dumbledore, tell Hermione, assess Quirrell's situation, determine Voldemort's next move. The ring pulsed once, slowly, like a heartbeat after exertion. He found Dumbledore in his office at 9 that night. Fawkes was on his perch and the sorting hat on its shelf and the many silver instruments whirring quietly on the tables, and Dumbledore was standing at the window when Harry knocked and entered, and turned to look at him with an expression that already knew something had happened. "The stone," Harry said. "Is gone," Dumbledore said. "Nicholas Flamel collected it this afternoon. It will be destroyed." "Good," Harry said. "Voldemort spoke to me tonight. In the second-floor corridor. Through Quirrell. Dumbledore's expression went through something brief and complicated. "Are you hurt?" "No," Harry said. "He didn't attempt anything. I think he was assessing." He paused. "He knows the stone is gone. He knows I told you to move it." Dumbledore turned back to the window. "He'll be furious. He'll be recalculating," Harry said. "Which is more dangerous than fury. He knows I'm not operating by the script he anticipated." He paused. "Quirrell is a problem. He's been hosting Voldemort for months. The possession will kill him eventually if it isn't ended." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "What's the solution?" Harry asked. "There are counter-possession enchantments," Dumbledore said. "They require the host's consent and are invasive, and they carry a risk of." He paused. "Quirrell may not survive the separation in his current state. The possession has gone too deep." Harry thought about Quirrell, the nerves and the stutter and the purple turban and the hungry, calculating thing looking out through his eyes. He thought about a man who had made a bad choice at some point and was now trapped inside the consequence of it, and about what the right thing to do about that was. "Can Quirrell consent?" he asked. "That is," Dumbledore said carefully, "a very good question. He retains some portion of his own will. Whether it's enough." A pause. "I believe we should try." "I agree," Harry said. "Soon. Before Voldemort pushes him to do something more dangerous." He stood up from the chair he'd taken. "The school rule about Muggleborns and the Foundational Library access." Dumbledore turned from the window with the expression of someone recalibrating for an abrupt subject change. "Which rule?" "There's a rule in the current school regulations that restricts access to the Founding-era archives section of the library to, and I'm quoting exactly, students of established wizarding family with verified magical heritage of 2 or more generations. It's in the supplementary regulations, Section 7. He paused. "It's effectively a blood status restriction on historical scholarship. And it contradicts the founding plaque text I restored last month, which specifies Hogwarts' protective intent covers all students regardless of birth." Dumbledore was quiet. "That rule has been in the supplementary regulations for 60 years, Harry said. "It was added in 1931 under the Board of Governors. It's been used to restrict Muggle-born students' access to foundational materials that would help them understand their own magical heritage." He paused. "I'm removing it." "Harry," Dumbledore said carefully. "Changes to school regulations require, under standard governance." "Yes," Harry said. "Under the Charter's sovereignty provisions, regulations that contradict the foundational principles of the school can be amended by sovereign decree without the standard process." He met the headmaster's eyes. "This is a regulation that contradicts the founding principles I just restored to the record. I'm not going to leave it in place." Dumbledore looked at him. The twinkle was, not absent, but different, Harry thought. Less of a performance, more of something genuine. Possibly respect, possibly resignation, possibly some combination that the old man hadn't quite categorized yet. "I would not object," Dumbledore said finally, "to that change." "I know you wouldn't," Harry said. "I'm telling you as a courtesy." He wrote the decree that evening, at the desk in the Gryffindor common room, in formal language that Hermione reviewed and Blackwood revised once for clarity. It was brief. It cited the founding plaque restoration, the Charter's access provisions, and the original founding intent, and it removed the blood status restriction from the library access rules effective immediately. He signed it H. Potter, Sovereign Lord of Hogwarts, and it felt, the first time he wrote it in full, like the formalization of something that had been real since the moment the vault opened in July. Hermione took the signed decree and held it and looked at it for a long time. "My parents are dentists," she said. Her voice was very even. "When I got my Hogwarts letter I thought I was going to belong somewhere. And then I got here and found out there were rules that," she stopped. Pressed her lips together. "Thank you," she said. "It was wrong," Harry said simply. "It needed to go." She nodded once, returned the decree to him, and went back to her book. But her hands, wrapped around it, were slightly less tight than before. Ron said, "You should do more of those. There are loads of rules that are rubbish." "One at a time," Harry said. "I want each one to be clear and justified." "The rule about first years and brooms was rubbish too," Ron said. "I sorted that one already," Harry said. "Oh," Ron said. "Fair enough." Blackwood's article appeared in the school paper at the end of October. 4 pages, dense and carefully argued, beginning with the historical evidence for the 3 suppressed founders and moving through the documentation to the Charter's original founding provisions and the significance of their restoration. It cited Gringotts records, Marin's original texts, and the physical evidence of the wall inscriptions and star chart. It was written with the particular authority of someone who had approached the evidence skeptically and been convinced by it, and that quality came through on every page. By dinner that evening the school was talking about it. By breakfast the next morning, 3 owls had arrived from wizarding history academics at universities in Scotland and France requesting access to the primary documentation. At the staff table, Dumbledore read the article with Fawkes perched on his chair back, and his expression, when Harry happened to look at him across the hall, was something that had moved past recalculation and into something Harry thought might be genuine, unguarded, uncalculated satisfaction. He looked up from the article and found Harry watching. He inclined his head, very slightly. Harry looked back to his breakfast. The ring was warm. Chapter 5, The Mirror and the Stone. November came hard and fast, the way Scottish November does, not a gradual cooling but a sudden arrival, as if winter had been waiting just past the tree line and decided one morning that it had been patient long enough. The lake frosted at its edges. The grounds went grey and brittle. The enchanted ceiling in the great hall showed skies that were the particular deep, pressurized grey of storms that mean it. Harry liked it. He'd always preferred weather that committed. He was on the Quidditch pitch at 6:30 on a Tuesday morning in November's second week, which was before most of the school was awake and before Oliver Wood's scheduled practice, because he'd found that the hour before Wood arrived was the most useful flying time he had. Wood's practices were excellent. Wood was ferociously intelligent about the game and a genuinely good coach, but they were also structured around the team, and Harry had things to work out that required solo time and empty air. He flew. The cold was extraordinary at height, cutting and clean, and he moved through it with the ease that had arrived quickly and settled into something natural, and below him the castle spread its towers and battlements in the early light, stone and window and the specific beautiful mass of it, and through his feet on the broom handle he could feel the castle's hum even up here, distant but present, the way you can feel the hum of a large engine through the floor of a building. He thought about Voldemort. Specifically, he thought about the conversation in the corridor, about the particular quality of Voldemort's attention when Harry had said "I'm deciding for myself." Not rage. Not dismissal. Something more like recalibration, the look of something intelligent encountering a variable it hadn't adequately modeled. Which meant Voldemort was thinking about him. Reassessing. The stone was gone. That avenue was closed. Which meant Voldemort's options for physical restoration were more limited, not gone, Harry was fairly certain, but complicated, and a diminished Voldemort operating through a dying host was significantly constrained in what complicated options he could pursue. He needed to end the Quirrell situation. Not eventually. Soon. He came down from the pitch as Wood's practice arrived, gave Wood a nod, and jogged back to the castle while Wood organized the rest of the team with the enthusiasm of a military commander who has been given very good troops. Hermione was in the common room with Blackwood, which had become a regular enough occurrence that the other Gryffindors had stopped looking surprised. Blackwood sat in Slytherin territory at the Gryffindor table with the air of someone who has never particularly cared about territorial conventions as long as the work gets done, and Hermione appreciated this because Hermione also did not care about territorial conventions as long as the work got done, and they had arrived, through this mutual indifference, at a productive working relationship that Ron described as terrifying in the best possible way. Neville was there too, with his herbology homework and a cup of tea, existing companionably in the vicinity of the work. The possession separation, Harry said, sitting down and pulling off his Quidditch gloves. I've been thinking about the timing. Hermione looked up immediately. I've been reading about it. So have I, Blackwood said, without looking up from the text he was annotating. And? Harry said. The standard counter-possession enchantment requires 3 things, Hermione said, pulling her notebook open. The host's consent, a significant external magical source to provide the separation energy, and a binding or dispersal mechanism for the possessing entity. She paused. The problem isn't the mechanism. The problem is the host's consent. Quirrell has to actively want the separation and actively cooperate with it. And Voldemort is in there with him, Harry said. Which means every moment Quirrell tries to form the intention to consent, Voldemort suppresses it, Blackwood said. He looked up now. I've seen possession cases in the dark arts literature. The longer it goes on, the more the possessing entity occupies the host's decision-making. After months, he paused. It would be like trying to think your own thoughts while someone very loud is thinking in the same brain. Can Quirrell be reached independently? Harry said. Underneath the possession? Theoretically, Hermione said. Dream state, maybe. Or a moment where Voldemort's attention is elsewhere, but Voldemort doesn't have elsewhere. He's entirely located in Quirrell. His attention is always there. Unless it isn't, Harry said. He thought about what he knew about Voldemort. Not from Dumbledore, not from books, from the conversation in the corridor, from the ring's response to his presence, from the quality of awareness that came through the castle when the possession was active. Voldemort was not just in Quirrell. Voldemort was also reaching outward through Quirrell, testing the school's defenses, trying to find alternative routes to physical restoration, thinking about the stone before it was moved. Multiple threads of attention, not infinite focus. What would draw his attention fully outward? Harry said. Hermione thought. Something that appeared to be an opportunity. Something he wanted enough to focus on completely. Or something threatening enough to demand his full defensive attention, Blackwood said. Me, Harry said. Both of them looked at him. I'll confront Voldemort directly, Harry said. Demand his attention completely. If he's fully engaged with me, with the threat I represent as sovereign, with the conversation, there might be a window where Quirrell has enough of his own mind back to consent. You can't know that will work, Hermione said. No, Harry said. But I know the castle. And Marin's wards. He paused, feeling for the right way to describe something he understood instinctively rather than linguistically. They're protective of the people inside the castle. All people, including Quirrell. I think if the ward magic has a clear enough expression of Quirrell's consent, even a brief one, it can act on it. The wards can perform the separation, Hermione said slowly. Marin's ward texts, Blackwood said. He'd straightened in his chair, the annotating pen forgotten. Chapter 4 of the original manuscripts. There's a section on, she called it the liberation of a bound will. I translated it last week. That's exactly it, Hermione said, turning to him. She built it into the foundational ward layer, Blackwood said. Not as a specific function, as a principle. The wards respond to genuine expressions of will, especially suppressed will. If someone in this castle genuinely wants to be free of something that's binding them and that wants surfaces clearly enough, the wards act on it, Harry said. Yes. They looked at each other around the table. When? Ron said. He'd woken up at some point during the conversation and was following it from his armchair with the alert expression he wore when something had shifted from theoretical to actual. Saturday, Harry said. At night. I want it on my terms, in a location I choose, when the castle is quiet enough that the ward magic isn't competing with 100 other things. He paused. I'll need all of you nearby but not in the room. The closer you are, the more the wards can use your presence as anchor points. We're not going to be in the room. Ron said. I need Voldemort's full attention, Harry said. Multiple people complicate that. You're going in alone, Ron said. Yes. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Okay, he said, with the particular constrained quality of someone who has a great many objections and has decided that they trust someone enough to not voice them. Okay. Fine. Thank you, Harry said. Don't thank me, Ron said. Just, come back in the same condition you went in. There were 4 days between Tuesday and Saturday and Harry used them with the same methodical thoroughness he brought to everything. He spent time in the castle, more time than usual, touching walls, walking corridors, deepening his understanding of the ward structure and how it responded to intention and what it was capable of when called on directly. He talked to Flitwick on Wednesday about the theory of ward activation, framing it as a question about charm's principles, and Flitwick answered with the focused, generous attention of someone who has very good instincts about what questions are actually asking. Thursday he spent 2 hours in the library with Marin's texts, not reading. He couldn't read Old English without Hermione's help, but touching the pages, and through the ring, through some deep translation that wasn't language, getting the texture of what she'd built and what she'd intended. He talked to Dumbledore on Friday. Not in the headmaster's office this time. In the corridor near the gargoyle, because Harry had been walking back from the library and Dumbledore had been coming down the corridor from the other direction, and neither of them had arranged it but both of them had been thinking the same thing and the corridor had a quality of the castle being aware of this and not particularly subtle about it. Quirrell, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. Saturday night. I'm going to speak to him. Draw Voldemort out. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I don't advise, I know, Harry said. I'm not asking for advice. I'm telling you so you can be ready to help afterward. If the separation works, Quirrell is going to need immediate magical medical attention. He may need to be airlifted to St. Mungo's. Dumbledore looked at him with the expression Harry was beginning to think of as his recalibration face, the one that appeared when Harry said something that moved outside the narrative Dumbledore had been running for decades and still somehow fit the situation better than what he'd planned. You've thought this through. I think everything through, Harry said. I know, Dumbledore said, and there was something in it that was not quite wry and not quite sad and was possibly both. I'll have a portkey ready to St. Mungo's. And he paused. I won't interfere. Thank you, Harry said. He walked away and then stopped, turned back. The prophecy, he said. When I've handled Voldemort, the diminished version, this year, do you understand that it doesn't end? He still exists somewhere. He'll still be a problem. Yes, Dumbledore said. And you understand that I'm going to deal with that on my own timeline, Harry said. Not because you think the time is right. Dumbledore was quiet for a longer moment this time. I understand, he said. And then, quietly, I am sorry, Harry. For the will. For the years at Privet Drive. For treating the story as more important than the person in it. Harry looked at him. He thought about his parents' will. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about what 10 years of deliberate isolation had felt like, the specific texture of it, the weight of growing up in the negative space of someone else's careful plan. He thought, I'm not ready to forgive him yet. But I'm not going to let the debt define what comes next. I know, Harry said. Let's both do better from here. He went back to the Gryffindor Tower, and the castle hummed beneath his feet, and Saturday was 2 days away. Saturday night came with a storm. Not the steady grey pressure of the weeks before but a real one, the kind that came off the Scottish mountains with genuine intent, hammering the windows and making the castle creak in places it hadn't creaked in weeks. The enchanted ceiling showed it before it arrived, a massive system moving in from the northwest, the clouds churning purple-grey, the magical representation of it somehow even more dramatic than weather had any right to be. Harry stood at the window of the common room at 10:30 and watched it arrive and thought, good. The storm would mean the castle was quiet, students kept in by weather, teachers occupied with the particular anxieties that storms provoked in buildings 400 years old. The wards would be active and attentive, the way Marin had built them to be in rough weather. "You should eat something before you go," Hermione said from the table behind him. "I ate at dinner. That was 4 hours ago and you've been standing at that window thinking intensely for 2 of them." Harry turned around. Ron and Neville and Hermione and Blackwood were all at the table, in the specific quiet of people who are trying not to look like they're watching someone. He sat down, ate the piece of toast Hermione had apparently prepared on the principle that he should eat it. "Where is he?" Harry asked Blackwood, meaning Quirrell. "His office," Blackwood said. "I checked the corridor pattern an hour ago. He's been in there since dinner. Hasn't come out." "Good," Harry said. "He tends to isolate in the evenings. Voldemort pulls inward when there's nothing to pursue." He paused. "Tonight I'm going to give him something to pursue." "And your plan is to walk into a room with Voldemort and make him angry?" Ron said. "My plan is to walk into a room with Voldemort and be completely honest with him," Harry said. "Which will be more unsettling than anger." He stood up. Put the ring hand in his jacket pocket, not hiding it, just the natural motion of someone collecting themselves before a thing. Then he took it back out. He looked at the ring on his finger, all 7 colors quiet in the lamplight of the common room. He thought about Marin and her wards, built on the principle that a genuine will must be honored. He thought about the vault in his cupboard and the voice that had said the sovereign has awakened. He thought about the hum of the castle, 9 months of it now, the specific deep knowing of a building that had been waiting for someone and had found them and was thoroughly, patiently present. "Ready," he said. "Harry," Ron said, and stopped. Harry looked at him. I know you don't need it but," Ron spread his hands in a gesture that communicated several things at once: solidarity, helplessness, affection, the specific frustration of someone who is very loyal to a person who is fundamentally not in danger but is also genuinely about to do something extremely unusual. "Come back." "All right. I'm coming back," Harry said. "This is my castle." He went through the portrait hole. The corridors at 10:30 on a storm night were exactly as empty as he'd expected, torches hissing slightly in the drafts that came through the old stones, the sounds of the storm muted and enormous outside, the castle's hum present and textured in a way he'd learned to read. He walked through it and the castle walked with him, aware of each footfall, the ward magic in the walls dense and active and waiting. He went to Quirrell's office rather than his classroom. The corridor outside it was empty. The door was closed. Light came under it, a thin yellow line. Harry knocked. A pause. Then, "Who's there?" "Harry Potter," Harry said. A longer pause. Then the door opened. Quirrell looked terrible. Harry had registered the deterioration over the weeks, the weight coming off, the pallor deepening, the specific quality of someone who is being consumed from the inside, but this close it was starker. His eyes had the brightness of fever and the hands gripping the door were thin in a way they hadn't been in September. The turban was impeccably maintained, which felt, up close, like a particularly cruel detail. "Mr. P. Potter," Quirrell said. "It's late." "I know," Harry said. "I need to talk to you." He walked in. Quirrell stepped back to let him, which told Harry something about the balance of wills in the room. Quirrell's instinct had been to block the door but something had overridden it, which meant Voldemort wanted this conversation too. A small room, full of stacked papers and defensive magic books and the smell of something acrid that Harry thought was the incense Quirrell burned to cover the smell of the possession, which had a specific cold quality that the incense imperfectly masked. Harry sat in the chair across from the desk, the one presumably intended for students in detention. Quirrell stood behind the desk and looked at him and the looking had 2 qualities at once, the surface nervousness of a man, and beneath it the cold, attentive focus of something else. "You know what I want to discuss," Harry said. Quirrell, or rather what was behind Quirrell, said nothing. The stutter was entirely absent tonight. "You need to leave him," Harry said. Quirrell. "This," he gestured at Quirrell's general deterioration, "this isn't sustainable. It wasn't sustainable 6 months ago. My survival is not your concern, Voldemort said, through Quirrell's mouth, the voice smooth and cold and nothing like Quirrell at all. Quirrell's survival is, Harry said. He's a member of this school. My castle protects its people. Including him. How touching, Voldemort said. The little sovereign. Protecting his subjects. Not subjects, Harry said. People. He paused. You've been here since September. Longer, actually, you started the possession over the summer, I suspect. You were here before I arrived, before the sorting, before I made any moves. You had a plan. Had, Voldemort said. Slight emphasis on the past tense. Acknowledgement without concession. The stone is gone, Harry said. You knew I'd told Dumbledore to move it. You said as much in the corridor. He watched Quirrell's face, specifically the part of it that was Voldemort. What's the next plan? You think I'll tell you? I think you want to understand me, Harry said. You've been thinking about me since the corridor. I'm not what you expected and you're trying to work out what I actually am. He paused. So. Ask. A silence. The storm hammered a window somewhere and the room shuddered slightly, and the torches on Quirrell's walls wavered and steadied. You are 10 years old, Voldemort said. Yes. You found the vault alone. Activated the ring alone. Went to Gringotts alone. Opened the sealed documents, restored the founders, managed the Ministry's challenge, confronted me in a corridor without flinching, and had the Philosopher's Stone removed before I could reach it. A pause. Without Dumbledore's guidance. I've consulted Dumbledore, Harry said. I haven't been guided by him. The distinction matters to you. The distinction is real, Harry said. Consulting and being guided are different things. I listen to people who have information I don't. I decide what to do with it. Voldemort was quiet for a moment. Through Quirrell's face, through the cold attentive focus, Harry thought he could see something working, not anger, not the contempt he'd expected. Something more complicated. Dumbledore intended to manage you, Voldemort said. To shape you into a weapon for his specific purpose. Yes, Harry said. And you won't allow it. Correct. He intended the same for me, Voldemort said. Once. Harry said nothing. This was not the direction he'd expected the conversation to go, and he held his silence because the unexpected thing was worth hearing. In my youth, Voldemort said, Dumbledore saw someone extraordinary and attempted to shape them. To use them for his purposes while dressing the arrangement as mentorship. A pause. I refuse that arrangement. How you refused it is where we differ, Harry said. Is it? Voldemort said flatly. You decided that if Dumbledore's arrangement was wrong then the entire framework, every limit, every obligation to other people, was also wrong, Harry said. You were right that Dumbledore was overreaching. You were wrong about what followed from that. He paused. I don't want to be free of Dumbledore's management so I can do whatever I want. I want to be free of it so I can do what's actually right. Those aren't the same. The temperature in the room was dropping. Harry registered it, the specific deep cold of Voldemort's presence when he was fully engaged, focused, the possession running at full capacity. Quirrell's hands on the desk were white at the knuckles. You believe there is an actually right, Voldemort said. Yes, Harry said. Interesting. A pause. And what is actually right, in your estimation, about this situation? About me, in this dying man's body, trying to survive? Harry looked at Quirrell. At the man underneath the possession, the deterioration, the loss of weight, the fever-bright eyes that had some quality in them, some suppressed and crowded quality, that was Quirrell himself, the original person, pressed down and dim. The actually right thing, Harry said, is for you to leave Quirrell before you kill him. Not because you owe it to him, and not because I'm asking nicely. Because you are not nothing yet, and continuing to destroy someone else to survive is the choice that brings you closer to nothing. He paused. You know this already. Part of you does. Sentiment, Voldemort said. Logic, Harry said. The Voldemort who existed before all the decisions that led here was someone genuinely extraordinary. Hermione found the Hogwarts records. You were the best student in 3 generations. You could have built something remarkable. He paused. Instead you built something that brought you to a professor's office in a dying body trying to recover enough power to be a problem again. And you're telling me sentiment is the irrelevant consideration. Quirrell's face went very still. The cold in the room was profound now, Harry's breath visible in the air, and the ring on his finger was doing something he'd never felt it do before, not blazing, not pulsing, but a deep, sustained vibration, like a tuning fork held near a bell, feeling for the resonance. Then Quirrell said, in a voice that was neither Voldemort's smooth cold nor the nervous stutter of his defense persona but something thin and exhausted and real, I want, and Voldemort suppressed it. Harry saw it happen, Quirrell's face convulsing with the effort of something fighting something, a brief terrible struggle visible on one person's face, and Harry moved. Not with his wand. Not with a spell. He put his hand flat on the desk between them and he pushed, not physically, through the ring, through the castle's ward layer, here, now, this is the moment, the will is there, act on it, the castle acted. It was not a visible thing, exactly. The lights didn't change. No dramatic pulse of silver light. But the air in the room changed quality, a density, a presence, the specific quality Harry had come to associate with Marin's foundational ward magic operating at full capacity, the liberation of a bound will that Blackwood had translated, rising up through the floor and the walls and the air, ancient and patient and absolutely certain about what it was doing. Quirrell said, I want to be free, in his own voice, his own terrified, exhausted, genuine voice, and the wards had it, and the wards did what Marin had built them to do. What happened next was not clean or small. The separation enchantment, triggered by the ward magic responding to Quirrell's genuine consent and amplified by 900 years of foundational magic, was a full-room event. Harry had pushed himself back from the desk and kept his hand against the wood and held on, held the anchor point, held the conduit between the ring and the wards and the castle's full magical matrix, while the room filled with something that was not light and not sound but the combination of both in a register that bypassed ordinary sense entirely. He heard Voldemort, really heard him, for the first time without a host's voice to speak through, and what was there was cold and vast and frightened in a way that Voldemort would never, Harry thought, acknowledge in any deliberate moment. The separated entity passed through the room like weather and Harry felt it through the ring, felt the specific quality of it, the fragmented consciousness of a person who had made themselves into something that was very powerful and very broken and very desperate, and he thought, for just a moment, with genuine, uncomplicated feeling, what a waste. Then it was gone. Through the wall, out into the storm, dissipating. Quirrell collapsed. Harry caught him before he hit the floor, or rather the desk caught him because Harry wasn't near enough, but he got there in 2 steps and eased him down rather than letting him fall hard, and Quirrell was limp and burning with fever and making very small sounds that were not words. The door opened. Dumbledore was there. Harry looked up. Separation worked, he said. He needs St. Mungo's now. Dumbledore came in quickly, no hesitation, no assessment, moving with the speed of a man who has been ready and was waiting for exactly this. He knelt beside Quirrell, wand out, running diagnostic spells with efficient, practiced care. The port key, he said quietly, to himself or to the room, and a small clay disc appeared in his other hand. He said he wanted to be free, Harry said. Just for a second. The wards got it. Marin's wards, Dumbledore said, not a question. Yes, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him over Quirrell's prone form with an expression that was very open and very undisguised, no warmth performed, no wise benevolence arranged for effect, just an old man looking at a 10-year-old in genuine, simple awe. Go, Harry said. He needs medical attention, not observation. Dumbledore put the port key against Quirrell's chest. They vanished. The room was empty and still, and the storm went on outside, and the torches burned steadily, and Harry sat on the floor next to where Quirrell had fallen and breathed. He sat there for probably 5 minutes. Then he got up, straightened his jacket, and went to the door. The castle was different. Not structurally, all the corridors were exactly where they'd been, all the stones exactly the same. But the quality of the hum had changed again, and this change was larger than the naming restorations. Something had been pressing on the castle's ward matrix since September, something cold and hostile and essentially opposed to everything Marin had built the wards to do, and now it was gone, and the wards were simply themselves again, and the castle was registering this with the particular quality of something that has been holding tension for a long time and is releasing it. Harry walked back through the corridors with his hand against the wall, and the stone was warmer than it had ever been. He was on the 5th floor landing when a voice came from behind him. "That's done, then." He turned. Cassian Blackwood was in the corridor, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, wearing the expression of someone who had been waiting and was being careful about how he showed the waiting. He was alone. "You weren't supposed to be near the room," Harry said. "I was in the corridor above it," Blackwood said. "1 floor up. I could feel when the ward magic activated." He paused. The whole castle shook. Very quietly. Like a breath. "It worked," Harry said. "Quirrell's at St. Mungo's. Voldemort is," he considered. "Gone. For now." Blackwood nodded. He was quiet for a moment, looking at Harry with the clear-eyed assessment that Harry had come to read as Blackwood's version of respect, not warmth, not admiration, but the specific quality of someone who encounters competence and acknowledges it without drama. "You knew the wards could do that," Blackwood said. "Marin's texts," Harry said. "Your translation." "My translation said it was theoretically possible," Blackwood said. "There's a difference between theoretical and," he gestured at the air, meaning the thing that had just happened. "Not always," Harry said. Blackwood made the almost laugh sound again. He pushed off the wall. "The others are in the common room losing their minds." "I know," Harry said. "Let's go." They walked back through the castle together, and Harry noticed, not for the first time, but more clearly than before, that Blackwood walked the same way he did, which was to say, not like someone uncertain of their ground. He moved through the corridors with the particular ease of someone who has been at this school for 6 years and knows it well, and the knowing was different from Harry's, but the comfort in it was the same. "Your article," Harry said. 3 owls from academics." "For now," Blackwood said. "There's one from Beaux Batons. They have founding-era materials in their archive that they think reference the 3 founders, possibly correspondence." A pause. "They want to collaborate." "That's good," Harry said. "It is," Blackwood said. "I didn't expect it to matter this much." "Why not?" "Because I wrote it as documentation," Blackwood said. "Evidence." "I didn't write it thinking that," he paused, and something in his expression shifted, became slightly less managed. "My mother is Muggle-born," he said. "She was at Hogwarts in the 70s. She told me once that there were rules, the archive restriction was one of them, that made her feel like she was a visitor here rather than someone who belonged." He paused. "I thought the old legal frameworks were dangerous. I still think most of them are. But the founders," he stopped. "Marin was Muggle-born. It's different, knowing that. That one of the people who built this place was someone like my mother." He looked at the wall as they passed it. "It mattered more than I thought it would." Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, "Your argument about the frameworks isn't wrong just because the sovereignty clause is an exception to it," he said. "Most of what you wrote is right. The ministry still needs to reform its relationship with ancient law. The clause being legitimate doesn't save all the other things that need saving." "I know that," Blackwood said. "I've been," a pause, "adjusting the argument. Updating it." He glanced at Harry. It's easier to think clearly about something when you're not arguing against it from a position of incomplete information. That's unusually generous, Harry said. Don't make it strange, Blackwood said. Harry almost smiled. Fair. The portrait hole opened. The fat lady gave Harry a look that had been evolving over the weeks from theatrical displeasure to something she was now, Harry thought, performing out of habit rather than actual objection. Inside, the common room, Ron on his feet the moment the portrait swung open, Hermione standing from her chair, Neville half risen from his with a look of acute anxiety. Done. Ron said. Done, Harry said. Ron sat back down with the careful coordination of someone whose legs have been tense for 2 hours and are now releasing. He pressed both hands over his face. Brilliant, he said, muffled. Completely brilliant. Please never do that again. The separation worked, Harry said. Quirrell is at St. Mungo's. Voldemort is, he thought about the quality of what had left the room, the fragmented, frightened cold of it. Not gone permanently. But gone for now. Without a body he's extremely limited. Hermione had her notebook out already. The wards, she said. The way they responded, can you describe what you felt? Later, Harry said, and sat down in the armchair by the fire. The fire was warm and the storm was very loud and the castle hummed its new, cleaner note beneath them, and Ron took his hands off his face and looked at Harry with the specific expression he wore when something enormous had happened and he was trying to be calm about it. You talked to Voldemort, Ron said. Properly. Yes, Harry said. What's he like? Harry thought about the cold in the room. The voice without a voice, smooth and precise. The fragmented consciousness passing through the room like weather. He thought about in my youth, Dumbledore saw someone extraordinary and attempted to shape them, and about the distance between what Voldemort had been and what he had chosen to become. Intelligent, Harry said. Genuinely. And completely certain that his intelligence excuses him from the obligations everyone else has. He paused. It's a very specific kind of mistake. The kind that doesn't look like a mistake from inside it. Did he try to recruit you? Ron asked. They always try to recruit people in the stories. Not exactly, Harry said. He tried to draw a parallel between how Dumbledore was managing me and how Dumbledore managed him. Is the parallel accurate? Hermione asked, very carefully. The situation is similar, Harry said. What I do with it is mine to decide. He paused. That's the only answer that matters. Neville, who had been quiet all this time with his tea going cold in his hands, said, Will he come back? Voldemort? Yes, Harry said. Probably. He still exists. He's diminished and disembodied and very limited, but he exists, and the prophecy, he paused, thinking about how much to say. He'd told them the basics. He hadn't given them the full weight of it. The prophecy says we're connected. That we can't both, fully exist. One of us has to end eventually. He paused. But that's not tonight's problem. When will it be tonight's problem? Neville said. When it is, Harry said. And I'll handle it then. Just you. Ron said. Harry looked at the three of them, Ron and Hermione and Neville in the firelight, and at Blackwood, standing a little apart with his characteristic composure, and thought about the summer in the cupboard when the only person he'd been able to rely on was himself, and about how different this was. No, he said. Not just me. The fire crackled. Outside the storm was starting to ease, not gone but settling, the violent edge coming off, the kind of storm that burns through its fury quickly and leaves a clean, cold quiet in its wake. Hermione, with the practical timing she deployed when sentiment had run its natural course, said, I want to document the ward activation while the details are fresh. Can we go through it step by step? Yes, Harry said. They worked for 2 hours, Hermione asking precise questions and Harry answering them, and Blackwood adding the theoretical framework and Neville making tea and Ron asking the occasional question that was not theoretically rigorous but was often the most practically insightful one in the room. It was, Harry thought, very much like working with people who were becoming something more than just people he was fond of. At one point, deep in the analysis of how the ward magic had responded to Quirrell's expressed consent, Hermione put down her pen and said, "The fact that Marin built this in, the liberation of a bound will as a foundational ward principle, what does that say about her?" "That she understood something important about what a school is," Harry said. "A school is a place where people become themselves. She built the wards to protect that. Not just protect against external threats, protect the becoming." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "Yes," she said. "That's exactly right." Blackwood said, "I'm going to put that in the next article." "With attribution," Hermione said. "Obviously with attribution," Blackwood said, mildly offended. Ron ate a biscuit and said, "Can we talk about the fact that Harry basically had a philosophical debate with Voldemort and won?" "I wouldn't say," Harry started. "He left, didn't he?" Ron said. "You talked to him and then he left." That's absolutely what happened," Ron said firmly. Harry looked at Ron. Then, despite himself, fair enough. The storm finished. The castle settled. The fire burned low toward midnight and people started drifting to their dormitories, Neville first, then Blackwood with a brief nod that contained more than most people's extended farewells, then Ron who paused at the dormitory stairs and said, "Good night, Sovereign," in a tone that was between genuine and joking and was, Harry thought, exactly right. Hermione was last, tidying her notes with the precision of someone who cannot leave a workspace disorganized regardless of the hour. She stopped on the way to the dormitory stairs and said, without looking up from organizing her papers, "You were frightened tonight. Before you went." Harry looked at her. "Not of Voldemort," she said. "Of the ward activation not working. Of Quirrell dying because you misjudged something." She looked up now. "I'm not saying it as a criticism. I'm saying it because I think you should know I noticed." She paused. You're not someone who doesn't feel afraid. You're someone who doesn't let afraid be the most important thing in the room." Harry thought about this. "Yes," he said. "That's right." "Good," Hermione said, with the particular firmness of someone confirming a hypothesis. She went to the dormitory stairs. "Good night, Harry." "Good night," Harry said. He sat in the empty common room for a while after everyone was gone, the fire down to embers, the castle quiet around him. He put his hand flat on the flagstone floor and felt the hum, the full clean hum, the three founders restored and Voldemort's cold pressure gone from the ward matrix and the castle itself doing whatever the magical equivalent of breathing freely was. He thought about the year. September to November. The vault to the vault's purpose, the rings to the ring, the cupboard to the castle. The will in his pocket to the three names in the stone to the decree on the library wall to tonight. He thought about what came next. Voldemort still existed. The prophecy was still real. There would be other years, other crises, other careful men with careful plans and the best possible intentions and the worst possible execution. The Ministry would not stop pushing. The magical world had been in one arrangement for a very long time and he was a 10-year-old who had just changed several things about the arrangement and there would be consequences that hadn't arrived yet. He thought about all of it. He filed it carefully, each piece in its place. Then he looked at the ring on his finger, at the 7 colors turning slowly in the last light of the fire, and thought, this is mine. This is real. I found it and I know what it is and I know what I'm doing with it. The embers faded. He went to bed. Chapter 6, The Sovereign's Decree. December came into Hogwarts the way it always did, through the windows first, the cold white light of it, and then through the doors when Hagrid brought the Christmas trees in, 7 of them, trailing pine needles and cold air through the entrance hall while students stood on the stairs watching and the smell of it went through the whole castle in an hour. Harry watched Hagrid from the first-floor landing, arms on the stone railing, and thought about the fact that it was the first December of his life that felt like it belonged to him. Not given to him. Not arranged for him. His. Below, Hagrid was engaged in the complicated architectural process of getting a 12-foot tree through a doorway that was technically large enough but which the tree was refusing to agree with, and his running commentary to himself, affectionate, unhurried, optimistic in the face of clear geometric evidence to the contrary, floated up through the echoing space. "You'll get there," Harry said. Hagrid looked up. His enormous face broke into a grin. "There we go, just needs a bit, convincing." He gave the tree a determined sideways torque and it came through, and he set off toward the great hall trailing needles with the beaming satisfaction of a man who has prevailed. Harry went to breakfast. The atmosphere in the school since the Quirrell incident was changed. Not dramatically, not in ways most students could name precisely, but changed the way a room changes when a window is opened, a quality of air, of clarity, the absence of something that had been present at a low background level for so long that its absence was only recognizable after the fact. Some students knew what had happened, the school talked, and the school paper had been appropriately cryptic but pointed, and some didn't. But everyone seemed to feel the difference in the castle itself, and the difference was good, and it showed in small ways. Louder meals. More laughter in the corridors. Third years who had been furtively avoiding the charms corridor now walking through it directly. The castle hummed cleanly. Dumbledore had returned from St. Mungo's the morning after the separation with the look of someone who had spent the night in a waiting room and had used the time to think very hard about a great many things. He'd found Harry at breakfast and sat across from him without ceremony and said, simply, "Quirrell is alive. He'll recover. His magical core is damaged, it may never be what it was." A pause. "He has been asking about you. Tell him I hope he recovers," Harry said. "And that the castle wishes him well." He paused. "That last part is true, incidentally." Dumbledore had looked at him for a moment. "I know it is," he said. Now, a week later, the school was settling into the comfortable, slightly frantic pre-Christmas energy that Harry was discovering for the first time, the approaching end of term examinations, the debates about who was staying and who was going home, the appearance of Honeydukes boxes in the post and the increasing desperation of students who had left Christmas shopping for the last possible moment. He sat between Ron and Hermione at breakfast and worked through his post with one hand and his porridge with the other. Sable had 4 letters this morning. She distributed them with professional efficiency and waited for her toast. The first letter was from Sharpclaw. Brief, formally worded, which meant something significant. The ministry has formally withdrawn its legal challenge to the sovereignty clause, effective yesterday. The withdrawal was unconditional. Minister Fudge's office has indicated a desire to establish communication with the sovereign at his convenience. I recommend accepting this meeting. Gringotts will arrange terms. The ministry backed down, Harry said. Ron looked up from his eggs. Completely. Unconditional withdrawal, Harry said. What changed? Hermione asked. Blackwood's second article, partly, Harry said. And the founding-era documentation Beauxbatons sent that confirmed the Charter's international standing. The sovereignty clause was recognized by 3 European magical governments at founding and it's still in their legal frameworks as a reference instrument. He paused. The ministry had no ground. They were hoping I wouldn't know that. Hermione made a note without looking up from her own breakfast. You should take the meeting with Fudge. I know, Harry said. I'm going to set the terms before I agree to it, though. He set Sharpclaw's letter aside. Not because I want to be difficult. Because the first meeting with the ministry establishes the baseline for every meeting after it. Right, Hermione said, and wrote something underlined. The second letter was from Sirius Black. Harry hadn't told many people about this. He'd found Sirius through a combination of Gringotts records. The solicitor's notes from 1981 had an address for Sirius that was obviously outdated but gave Harry enough to work with, and the ring, which had a specific quality of warmth when Harry thought about his godfather that was different from the castle's warmth, more personal. The way a name you've been saying privately for a long time suddenly exists in the world when you say it aloud. He'd written in October. Sirius had written back in 11 minutes, which given the distance suggested either a very fast owl or a man who had been waiting with approximately desperate readiness for any communication from his godson. The correspondence had been building. Sirius wrote the way he apparently did everything, with enormous energy and warmth and a tendency to cover 3 feet of parchment when a paragraph would do, and underneath all of it something thin and careful that was the shape of 11 years in Azkaban and the specific damage that left in a person. Harry wrote back with the methodical care of someone learning a new language, which was what it felt like, learning the language of family. He read the letter. It was 3 pages, which was restrained for Sirius. Apparently he was aware that Harry was in the middle of term and had tried to keep it brief, with visible effort. The first page was about the evidence that had recently cleared him properly, Gringotts, the documents Harry had pointed him toward, the Wisingamot motion that Dumbledore had quietly supported once Harry had made his position clear, and the word exonerated appeared 3 times, each time with a slightly different quality, as though Sirius was still testing whether it was real. The second page was about Christmas. Specifically, about whether Harry had plans. The third page was a house. A description of a house, Grimmauld Place, which was apparently the Black family home and which Sirius had opened for the first time in a decade and described with the rueful humor of someone trying to be honest about something they also, clearly, wanted very much. It needs work, he'd written. Quite a lot of work. It's dark and it smells like the 1950s and my mother's portrait screams. But it's mine and it's big enough and the kitchen is actually in decent shape. If you wanted. No pressure. If you have plans, that's completely fine. Harry put the letter down. He looked at his porridge. Good news? Ron asked, with the particular sensitivity of someone who has learned to read Harry's silences. Yes, Harry said. I think so. He wrote to Sirius that evening, I'll come for Christmas. Yes. The letter was short. He thought Sirius would understand. The third ministry-related piece of correspondence arrived not by owl but by person, which was unusual and slightly alarming, a ministry official in robes that had the specific carefully maintained quality of someone who wanted to appear senior without being visibly senior, arriving during lunch and presenting himself to Professor McGonagall with the air of a person who expected immediate deferential access. McGonagall brought him to Harry's table with an expression that was simultaneously professionally neutral and privately amused, which Harry had come to recognize as her face when bureaucracy was behaving exactly as predicted. Mr. Potter, she said. This is Mr. Perkins from the Office of Magical Law Enforcement. Perkins was middle-aged and slightly damp-looking, as though he'd hurried here and the weather had been uncooperative. He had the specific quality of a man who has been given a task he did not volunteer for and is trying to perform it competently while wishing he were somewhere else. Mr. Potter, Perkins said. I've been sent to, the ministry wants to establish formal communication, Harry said. I know. I got Sharpclaw's letter this morning. He paused. I'll respond through Gringotts with proposed terms for a meeting. That's the appropriate channel. Perkins blinked. The minister was hoping for something more, Gringotts, Harry said pleasantly. It's the right process. It also means everything is documented, which is good for everyone. Perkins looked at McGonagall. McGonagall's expression communicated, with perfect composure, that this was not her decision. I'll pass that along, Perkins said. Thank you, Harry said. Safe journey back. Perkins left. McGonagall looked at Harry for a moment with an expression that was doing the thing it did sometimes, something between approval and the careful neutrality of someone whose job required her not to overtly take sides in anything involving her headmaster and her student who was technically her sovereign but was also 11 in January. That was well managed, she said. I've been practicing, Harry said. She went back to the staff table and Ron said, You're terrifying, you know. You've mentioned that before, Harry said. It's worth repeating, Ron said. The term examinations arrived and Harry sat them with the focus he brought to everything he took seriously, which was all of it. He was not the sort of student who performed academically for praise, he had never had anyone to perform for, and the habit of working because the work mattered was deeply settled. He was good at most subjects and exceptional at a few, and the few were not always the ones people expected. He was very good at charms. Flitwick had stopped hiding his delight about this around week 3 and now made no effort to conceal it, and their end-of-term conversation was about charm theory at a level significantly above first-year content. He was good at transfiguration because he was precise and because McGonagall's approach to the subject rewarded the methodical. Potions was stronger than Snape acknowledged, though Snape's acknowledgments were indirect. He had stopped singling Harry out for demonstration questions and had started, Harry noticed, positioning Harry's work as the benchmark against which other work was assessed, which was Snape's version of a compliment. Defense was Quirrell's absence. The class was being covered by a rotation of senior teachers and a ministry-supplied substitute who was adequate but clearly temporary. The gap in the curriculum was obvious and Harry thought about it. Hermione aced everything except, by her own furious account, a single question in History of Magic that she'd answered correctly but not in the exact form Binns had apparently expected, which she had expressed her views about in 4 pages of closely written analysis that she presented to Binns and which Binns had accepted with the serene indifference of a man 400 years dead to student opinion. Ron passed everything with the relief of someone who had expected worse and was generously taking the better outcome without asking too many questions. The last day of term before the Christmas break was a Friday, and the school emptied steadily through the morning, students filing onto the Hogwarts Express with trunks and owls, the castle becoming quieter by the hour, and the particular quality of a large building with fewer people in it developing by midday. Harry was sitting on the steps of the astronomy tower in the early afternoon, Sable on the stone beside him, looking out over the grounds, when Blackwood appeared. He didn't knock. The tower room behind Harry was technically a common access space, and he came and sat on the step above Harry without ceremony, which was how Blackwood did most things, without ceremony, but not without intention. "You're not going home for Christmas," Blackwood said. "Sirius as house," Harry said. "Not Hogwarts." "Good," Blackwood said. "You should go." He paused. "The castle will be here." "I know," Harry said. He looked out over the grounds, the white of December on them, the lake iron gray, the beech trees stripped. "I've been thinking about the defense position. Quirrell's replacement. There's no viable candidate in the standard pool," Harry said. "The position has a reputation, 3 teachers in 3 years apparently, before Quirrell, and it's gotten around." He paused. "I've been thinking about whether the problem is the position or the approach." "What do you mean?" "Defense against the dark arts as a subject," Harry said. "The way it's structured, the way it's been taught since, I went back and read the curricula. For 30 years it's been primarily theoretical. Classification, detection, minor defensive spells. Nothing applied. Nothing that would actually prepare a student to face something dangerous." He paused. "That's not a coincidence. It's been deliberately kept limited." "Who would do that?" Blackwood said. "Deliberately keep the subject weak?" "Someone who didn't want Hogwarts students to be competent in combat magic," Harry said. "Someone who, for whatever reason, wanted the magical population to be dependent on specific individuals, Aurors, the ministry, rather than capable of protecting themselves." Blackwood was quiet. "Dumbledore wouldn't, not Dumbledore," Harry said. "The Board of Governors has had significant influence over curriculum for decades. Several of the governors in the 60s and 70s were Voldemort sympathizers. Weakening the defense curriculum when the Death Eaters were rising, that's a specific, strategic move. The curriculum is set through the board," Blackwood said. "Which means changing it requires either a board vote or a sovereignty decree," Harry said. "One of those is faster." He paused. "I want someone good for the position. Someone who actually knows what practical defense looks like." "Who are you thinking?" "Remus Lupin," Harry said. He was a friend of my parents." He's one of the finest practical defenders in Britain, by the records I've found. He's been unable to hold work because of," he paused. "A condition that most employers consider disqualifying." He paused again. "It doesn't disqualify him from this." Blackwood looked at him sidelong. "The condition is lycanthropy." "Yes," Harry said. "The staff will object." "Some of them," Harry said. "Snape will object most loudly. But the sovereignty clause includes provisions for the sovereign to make faculty appointments in cases where an exceptional candidate has been refused under discriminatory grounds." He looked at the ring. "The discrimination against werewolves in magical Britain is systematic and wrong, and Remus Lupin is the right person for this job, and I'm going to offer it to him." He paused. "After Christmas." Blackwood was quiet for a moment. "Then, you're restructuring the curriculum as well?" "Yes. To include applied defense. Practical training from third year," Harry said. "Theory first. I'm not removing the foundational content, but practical application alongside it. Self-defense. Shield work. Disarmament. Actual preparation rather than classification of things they might encounter." "The board will push back," Blackwood said. "The board will adjust," Harry said. "This is foundational to what the school is. The founding plaque, the original one, Marin's version, specifies that Hogwarts exists to prepare students for the full reality of the magical world. That includes the reality that the magical world has violence in it and students should be able to defend themselves." He paused. "This one isn't a decree. I want to bring it through the proper governance process. I want teachers and students to be part of it." Blackwood was quiet for a long moment. "Why?" he said. "You could just decree it." "Because," Harry said, "having the authority to do something unilaterally and choosing to do it collaboratively instead is different from not having the authority. The sovereignty clause means I can act on my own when I need to. It doesn't mean I should always act on my own." He paused. "The point isn't to replace every decision-making process with my own judgment. The point is to have the ability to act when the process fails." Blackwood considered this. He picked up a piece of loose stone from the step and turned it over in his hands. "You've thought about this more than I have," he said finally. "I've had longer," Harry said. "I've been thinking about power and when to use it since I was old enough to notice who had it and who didn't." He paused. "The Dursleys weren't complicated. They had power over me because I was small and unknown and had no recourse. I didn't need to understand the philosophical dimensions of it. I just needed to understand what they were doing and why, and what I was going to do when the situation changed." "And the situation changed," Blackwood said. "The situation changed," Harry agreed. The grounds below were very still and white, and the sky had the pale, luminous quality of a winter afternoon preparing to become evening. "I was wrong about the clause," Blackwood said. He said it in the tone he used for most important things, direct, without softening or editorial commentary. "Not completely wrong. My concerns about how ancient legal frameworks are used were and are valid. But I was wrong about the clause specifically, and I was wrong about you." He paused. "I want to be clear about that. You were working from incomplete information," Harry said. "And your instinct, to question rather than accept, was the right instinct. I'd rather have someone who questioned me on good grounds and was persuaded by evidence than someone who agreed with me from the start." Blackwood set the piece of stone down. "I'm going to keep questioning you," he said. "Good," Harry said. "I'd lose something important if you stopped." Blackwood stood, brushed stone dust off his robes. "The article on curriculum reform, the historical case for it, before you announce anything. The founding-era educational principles, Marin's texts on inclusive preparation. I'll start drafting." "After Christmas," Harry said. "After Christmas," Blackwood agreed, and went back inside. Harry sat on the steps for a while longer. The grounds went from white to gray to the blue-gray of early winter dusk, and the castle's lights came on one by one in the windows around him, warm yellow rectangles in the stone, and the hum was steady and clean beneath him. He thought about the year and what it had built. Ron and Hermione were already on the express, Ron going to the Borough, Hermione to her parents in London, both of them full of their respective plans for the holiday. Neville had gone home yesterday. Blackwood was leaving tomorrow. Harry was leaving this afternoon, to a house he'd never been to spend Christmas with a man he'd been writing to for 2 months, who was his godfather and was legally his guardian as of 3 weeks ago when the Wisengamot had formally finalized Sirius's exoneration. He put his hand on the cold stone of the step. The castle was warm under his hand. "I'll be back in 2 weeks," he said, which was perhaps a strange thing to say to a building, and was also entirely natural. He went inside to get his trunk. The journey to London was different from September's train in the same way that everything about this December was different from everything about last July, not the same journey at all but a new one, running on different rails. Sable was in her cage on the seat beside him and his trunk was overhead, and out the window the English countryside went grey and bare and beautiful, and Harry read for half the journey and looked out the window for the other half and arrived at King's Cross at 4:30 in the winter dark. Sirius was on the platform. Harry had wondered how he'd recognize him. The photographs, there weren't many, but Gringotts had some in the estate documentation, showed a young man, dark-haired and broadly grinning with the easy confidence of someone who had not yet encountered anything he couldn't manage. The person on platform 9 at 4:30 was not quite that person. Taller than Harry had expected. Thinner than the photographs. Dark hair, grey eyes, the bones of his face more prominent than they should be, and standing with the very specific posture of someone who has been waiting for something for a very long time and is not entirely sure it's real. He saw Harry and went very still. Harry walked toward him, and Sirius crossed the remaining distance quickly, and for a moment they just stood there, two people at the end of a very long story looking at each other on a train platform in the winter dark. Sirius's expression was doing several things at once, none of them quite resolved, and Harry thought that was probably the most honest expression he'd ever seen on an adult's face. "Harry," Sirius said. "Hello," Harry said. Sirius looked at him. His eyes moved, the way everyone's eyes moved, to the scar, and then, differently from everyone else, moved on from it quickly, to Harry's face, and then to the ring, and then back to Harry's face, and the look that settled was one that Harry didn't have a name for yet but thought he might eventually. "You look like James," Sirius said. "Except," he stopped. "Except the eyes," Harry said. "I know. They're my mum's." Sirius made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite something else. "Yeah," he said. "They are." They took the underground to Grimmauld Place, which Sirius navigated with the specific disconnected expertise of someone who learned the tube before Azkaban and is finding it both familiar and strange. He talked through the journey, not nervously, but with the quality of someone who has 11 years of conversation backed up and is letting it come out in reasonable increments rather than all at once. He talked about the house, about the cleaning project that was ongoing, about Mrs. Weasley who had apparently been to help and had been characteristically energetic about it, about the house-elf creature who was old and difficult and had strong opinions about everything. "He'll probably say something insulting when you come in," Sirius said. "Old habit. Ignore him." "I won't need to," Harry said. "You can't charm creature," Sirius said, with the rueful certainty of extensive experience. "I don't intend to charm him," Harry said. "I intend to treat him with basic courtesy and see if that has any effect." Sirius looked at him sideways on the underground seat. "You're 10 years old," he said. "How are you like this?" "I've had time to think," Harry said. Grimmauld Place was a tall, narrow townhouse in a row of tall narrow townhouses, all of them dark and quiet in December, and it had the specific quality of a house that has been shut up for a long time and is not entirely sure about being opened. But there was light in the lower windows and the smell of something cooking, a spell, Sirius said, a charm that kept a pot going for arriving guests. Apparently Mrs. Weasley had installed it and he hadn't had the heart to remove it, and when Harry stepped through the front door the warmth of the house was real and present, the warmth of a place that had been dark and was choosing to be lit again. Creature appeared from the kitchen doorway. He was old, very old, wearing a filthy cloth and regarding Harry with the specific expression of a house elf who has been the last keeper of a place's dignity for decades and has complicated feelings about new arrivals. He looked at the ring. His enormous eyes went wide, briefly, just for a second, before professional impassivity reasserted itself. "Master's guest," Creature said, in the raspy voice of someone who doesn't use his voice very often. "Creature," Harry said. "I'm Harry Potter. Thank you for keeping the house." Creature stared at him. "Creature has kept the house," he agreed, carefully, as if testing a response he hadn't expected to use. "I can see that," Harry said. He looked around the hallway, dark wood, old portrait frames, a row of house elf heads mounted on the wall that he was carefully not reacting to. "The kitchen smells good." Creature blinked. Looked at Harry. Looked at the ring. Looked at Harry again. Then he turned and went back toward the kitchen, and they could hear him muttering, but the specific quality of the muttering was different from what Sirius had described, which was characterized as malevolent. This was more like the muttering of someone reassessing. "I told you," Harry said. "You absolutely did not tell me," Sirius said, staring after Creature. "You said you'd treat him with courtesy." "I didn't think," he stopped. "What is it about you?" "I grew up in a house where my opinion of myself didn't matter," Harry said. "It taught me to think about how I treat other people separately from what I'll get out of it." He paused. "Creature's been alone for years. In a house that went from everything to nothing. He deserves to be thanked for the keeping." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Then, you're a better person than I am." "You've been in Azkaban for 11 years, Harry said. "Your baseline is different from mine." Sirius looked at him. The something that didn't have a name was there again in his expression. "Dinner?" Harry said. Christmas at Grimmauld Place was, in the strict technical sense, a work in progress. The drawing room was still largely inaccessible. 2 of the upper floors were sealed for reasons Sirius described as structural, probably, or possibly magical. "I'm working on it." The portrait of Sirius's mother in the hallway had been curtained so thoroughly that it took 3 curtain rods stacked, and it still sometimes emitted muffled sound if provoked. The kitchen and the lower sitting room were warm and functional and full of the slightly improvisational comfort of a space being inhabited by someone who is relearning how to inhabit spaces. Harry loved it. Not despite the imperfections but including them, the way you love a thing that is genuinely what it is rather than a performance of what it ought to be. He and Sirius ate dinner at the kitchen table and talked, really talked, and the conversation was the language learning Harry had been doing through the letters but faster now, richer, the vocabulary of family developing in real time rather than in parchment exchange. Sirius told him about James. Not the stories Harry had read, the legend, the tales other people had accumulated and polished, but the actual James, the small specific things. The way he'd laughed at his own jokes before the punchline. The fact that he'd been terrible at potions but refused to acknowledge it. The animagus training, which had been Sirius's idea but James had embraced with immediate, competitive enthusiasm. Harry listened and felt something settling, not grief exactly, though grief was in it, the specific feeling of a space in you that has been empty for a long time acquiring shape, becoming a room rather than a gap. He told Sirius about the vault. About the rings. About Hogwarts. He told him about the Dursleys, briefly and factually, without drama, and Sirius's face did something during that part that had the quality of a feeling being very forcibly restrained, and Harry said, "It's done. I'm here now." "I know," Sirius said tightly. "I know it's done." "You couldn't have known about the will," Harry said. "You were in Azkaban." "I should have, what?" Harry said. "From inside Azkaban." Sirius looked at him. He was doing the restrained feeling thing again, and underneath it was the specific guilt of a person who knows logically that they could not have acted and cannot make their feelings agree with that logic. Harry recognized it. He'd seen it in Petunia, in a different form. The guilt of people around things they could not have changed. "You didn't put me in that cupboard," Harry said. "Dumbledore made a choice. I've talked to him about it. It's not resolved, and I'm not pretending it is, but it's named, and it's being dealt with." He paused. "What I need from you is not someone to be angry on my behalf. I need," he stopped. "What?" Sirius said, very quietly. "I need a family," Harry said. "The actual thing. Someone who is in my life because I'm in theirs, not because they're managing me or need something from me or have plans." He paused. "That's what I need." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. The kitchen was warm and the house creaked occasionally in the December cold, and from somewhere upstairs Creature moved around doing whatever Creature did in the evenings. "Yeah," Sirius said. His voice was very rough. "Yeah. I can do that." "Good," Harry said. Creature appeared with pudding. He set it on the table with the care of someone who has decided that if a thing is worth doing it is worth doing properly, and then stood for a moment at the end of the table as if deciding something. "The house is glad," Creature said, without looking at Harry. "That master has, that there is a Potter here." Then he went back to the kitchen. Sirius stared at the doorway. "He has never," he said, very carefully, "in 30 years of memory, said anything that was not an insult or a complaint." "Change takes time," Harry said, and ate his pudding. The 2 weeks of Christmas break had the quality of something necessary, something Harry had needed without knowing he needed it, time that was simply time, not strategic, not purposeful, not moving toward a specific outcome. He and Sirius explored the house room by room, and some of the rooms were genuinely alarming, dark artifacts accumulated over generations, the specific hoarding of a family that had believed certain things for a very long time, and they dealt with them methodically. Harry contributed more to this than Sirius expected, which Sirius said approximately 3 times before Harry pointed out that he'd been reading about dark artifacts since August. He flew in the small back garden when the weather allowed, which was twice, and once he simply sat in the upper sitting room, the one with the least inaccessibility, and read for an entire afternoon, and the reading was the deep, uncomplicated kind where you are not reading to know something but simply for the company of the words. Ron wrote 3 times. Hermione wrote every other day, because she had found, predictably, that Christmas did not stop her from thinking about things, and thinking about things required communication. Her first letter included 4 pages of notes about the defense curriculum reform proposal and a draft outline of the student consultation process she thought Harry should run. He wrote back, "This is excellent. Yes to all of it. Happy Christmas." She wrote back, "I know. Happy Christmas. Also, I found something about Edric the Grey in a book my parents' friend left them, which is technically impossible because it's not a magical book and I cannot explain it, but I'm bringing it in January." He wrote, "Bring it." The new year arrived. Harry stood at the window of Grimmauld Place's top floor, the one Sirius had got unsealed on Boxing Day after a lengthy argument with what turned out to be a rather confused ward enchantment from the 1800s, and looked out at London in the first hour of January and thought, New Year, same ring, different everything. He went back to Hogwarts on the 3rd of January. Sirius came to King's Cross. He was still not entirely comfortable in public spaces, the crowds and the noise had an edge for him, but he came, and they stood on the platform in the winter morning and Sirius hugged him with the careful intensity of someone who is still learning that they're allowed to. 2 weeks, Sirius said. After Easter, you'll come back. I'll come back, Harry said. Right. Sirius stepped back, composed himself with the practiced ease of someone who has been composing themselves under pressure for years. Look after yourself. Not that you need telling. All right, Harry said. He got on the train and Sable found the window from outside and tapped the glass once and then went to sleep on the overhead rack, and the train moved through the cold January morning, and Harry opened his notebook and wrote. He wrote down everything he intended to do this half of the year, organized not by priority. Everything on the list was a priority, but by the sequence that made logical sense. The Lupin appointment. The defense curriculum proposal. The ministry meeting. The ongoing restoration work in the castle, the other suppressed locations the ring was still finding. The study of Voldemort's likely next moves, the entity was still out there, and understanding what options it had in a severely diminished state was something Harry had started in December and needed to continue. And the prophecy. Sitting at the back of everything, patient as stone. He looked at the list. He thought about the year that had passed, vault to ring to Diagon Alley to Hogwarts to the sorting to the names in the walls and the decree and the ministry and Voldemort in a corridor and Quirrell on a floor and Christmas in a kitchen with someone who was going to be real family. He turned the ring on his finger and thought, I am 10 years old and I know what I'm doing and I'm not afraid of anything on this list. He was not arrogant about this. It was simply true, the way the ring was true, the way the castle was true. There would be things on this list he hadn't anticipated, and things that went differently than he planned, and those would require adjustment rather than panic. He had built good instruments, people who thought clearly and challenged him and told him when he was wrong, and a castle that told him things he couldn't find in books, and a godfather who was going to be exactly what Harry had asked him to be. The train pulled into Hogsmeade as the January afternoon went early to dark, and Harry stepped off and breathed the cold sharp air and felt, immediately, the castle's hum, distant but present, the specific quality of it now entirely familiar, a recognition that went both ways. He was back. The castle knew. He walked up to the school through the cold and the light from the windows and the ring warm on his finger, and as he passed through the main doors and into the entrance hall he put his right hand flat on the stone of the doorframe for a moment. The castle's warmth was immediate and specific and complete. I know, he said quietly. I'm back. He was halfway up the stairs when he heard his name from the landing above. Hermione was there, and Ron beside her, and Neville behind Ron, and at a slight remove, because it would not have been Blackwood to stand in a welcoming group without the slight remove, Blackwood, with his arms crossed and the expression that was his version of pleased. Train was on time, Ron said. It was, Harry agreed. I have the book, Hermione said, holding it up. The one with the Edric reference. I've been thinking about it all holiday. I know, Harry said. You wrote 4 times. 3 times, Hermione said. The last one was 2 letters sent the same day, Harry said. Hermione paused. Those were about different subjects. Still 2 letters. Ron was grinning. Neville was smiling, the quiet, real smile that appeared on him more often now than it had in September. Blackwood uncrossed his arms and said, the Lupin correspondence. I found 2 additional academic references to support the appointment case. Good, Harry said. We'll go through them after dinner. He came up the stairs and they fell into step around him and went toward the great hall and the warmth of it, and the castle hummed its clean full note, all 7 founders present in the record and all 7 founders' ring on Harry's hand. The meeting with Minister Fudge was a month later. It took place in a formal room at the ministry, neutral ground, Sharpclaw had arranged, and Fudge arrived with 3 advisors and the particular energy of a politician who has been told something is unavoidable and is performing acceptance while constructing an internal narrative in which he always had it under control. Harry arrived with Sharpclaw at his side and the ring on his hand and the charter documents in a folder, and he sat down across from the Minister of Magic and he did not perform anything because he didn't need to. Mr. Potter, Fudge said. Or, should I say, Harry is fine, Harry said. Fudge looked at him, at the ring, at the folder, at the composed, unhurried 10-year-old across the table, and adjusted. We appreciate you agreeing to this meeting. I suggested it, Harry said. Through Sharpclaw. Yes. Fudge smiled, warmly and carefully. We hoped to establish a productive working relationship. The ministry and the sovereign. I'd like that too, Harry said. It's straightforward if we're both honest about what the relationship is. He opened the folder and turned it to face Fudge. The sovereignty clause establishes my authority over Hogwarts' foundational magic, wards, and governance structures. That authority is independent of the ministry, established 400 years before the ministry existed, and recognized internationally. He paused. The ministry's authority covers everything else. Magical law, the broader community, regulatory frameworks. We don't overlap except in specific cases. In those cases, I'd like us to communicate directly rather than through lawyers. Fudge read the relevant charter section. His advisors read over his shoulder. There was a silence. The specific cases, Fudge said carefully. Sirius Black, Harry said. You exonerated him, which I appreciate. The process should have happened 12 years ago, but that's done. He paused. Werewolf employment law. I'm appointing a lycanthropic wizard to the defense against the dark arts position. The current ministry classification of werewolves creates barriers to that appointment that are discriminatory and need to change. Fudge looked up from the folder. That's a broader issue than, I know it is, Harry said. I'm raising it as a conversation, not a demand. The appointment is happening regardless. The sovereignty clause includes provisions for faculty appointments. But I'd rather the broader law reform happen through ministry channels with my support than through a public conflict. He paused. Which is better for both of us? Fudge was quiet for a long moment. His advisors were exchanging looks with the subtle intensity of people calculating rapidly. You're 11 years old in a week, one of the advisors said, apparently unable to fully contain it. Yes, Harry said. Does that change anything substantive about what I've said? A silence. No, Fudge said, and to his credit said it without resentment. No, I don't suppose it does. They talked for 2 more hours. Harry did not win every point, he hadn't expected to, and winning every point in a first meeting wasn't the goal. The goal was establishing that the conversation was between equals who had different domains of authority and were capable of respecting that. He made concessions where it was reasonable to make them. He held firm where the charter was unambiguous. He was polite without being deferential, and when it was over Fudge shook his hand at the door with the look of a man who had come to this meeting expecting to manage a situation and was leaving it having been managed himself, and was not entirely sure how, and was finding it more acceptable than he'd anticipated. In the car back to Gringotts, Sharpclaw said, "That was well done." "The werewolf employment thing will take time," Harry said. "Everything takes time," Sharpclaw said. "The question is whether it takes less time than it would have without the conversation." "Does it?" Harry said. "Yes," Sharpclaw said. "Considerably." Remus Lupin accepted the defense position in a letter that arrived on Harry's birthday, January 11th, which was a Tuesday this year. The letter was 5 pages long, which was more than Harry had expected from someone described as quiet and precise. The first 2 pages were careful, measured acceptance, going through the terms and his understanding of the appointment and the things he wanted to be clear about. The last 3 pages were a curriculum proposal that was, Harry read with the specific pleasure of encountering someone who knows their subject, exactly what a practical defense curriculum should look like. He wrote back, "Yes to everything. Start September. Happy to meet before term to discuss the student consultation process." Ron read the curriculum proposal and said, "This is brilliant. First years get practical training from day one. Foundational theory first," Harry said. 4 weeks. Then applied. By 3rd year the practical component is equal to theory. Fred and George are going to lose their minds, Ron said. In a good way. Your brothers are in their 6th year, Harry said. It won't affect them this term. They'll be furious on principle, Ron said. In an extremely happy way. The spring term moved. The castle restored 2 more suppressed locations, one in the Great Hall's foundational inscription, one in the dungeons near the place where Snape had found the founding plaque. Hermione's discovery about Edric turned out to be genuinely significant. The Muggle book had somehow preserved a fragment of his architectural theory that didn't exist in any magical record, and Blackwood's analysis of it led to an article that attracted serious attention from magical academia, and to a quiet, extended correspondence between Harry and the Beauxbatons archivist that was producing more recovered founding-era material month by month. Blackwood's article on curriculum reform, the historical case for it, the founding principles, Marin's educational philosophy extracted from her texts, appeared in the school paper in February and was reprinted by 2 wizarding academic journals before the month was out. The student consultation process Harry ran in March, 3 formal sessions in the Great Hall, open to all years, to discuss the defense curriculum changes before they went to the Board of Governors, was the first time Harry had addressed the school as a collective since the sorting. He stood at the front of the hall on the first evening and looked at 400 students and thought, these are the people this is for. He talked about the changes plainly, without drama, and then opened the floor, and the conversation that followed was the best hour and a half he'd spent in a large group, disagreements and enthusiasms and the specific quality of young people who have been asked genuine questions and realize they are genuinely expected to answer them. Cassian Blackwood, from the back of the room, asked the hardest question of the evening. How do we know this isn't just the sovereign's preferences being put into curriculum? What's the check on your judgment here? This process, Harry said. These 3 sessions. What you say in them will directly inform what goes to the board. And the board is still the board, they vote on curriculum. I have no plans to override that vote regardless of the outcome. He paused. I'm sovereign of this castle's foundational magic. I'm not trying to be headmaster or curriculum director. Those aren't my roles. Even if you disagree with the outcome. Blackwood said. Even then, Harry said. There are things I will decree. Things where the foundational principles are clear enough that going through a lengthy process is just delaying the right answer. But curriculum reform isn't that. It should go through the right process. Blackwood nodded, once, and sat back. After the 3rd session, McGonagall found Harry in the corridor and walked with him toward the stairs with the specific quality of someone who has something to say and has been deciding how to say it. The sessions were well run, she said. Thank you, Harry said. I've been at this school for a long time, McGonagall said. I've watched a great many students come through it. I've watched a great many things about it stay the same when they shouldn't have. She paused. I want you to know that, what you're doing. The restorations. The decree. The process. It's, another pause, and Harry thought, she doesn't do this often, whatever this is. It's what the school should have been. Harry looked at her. You've kept it functional and honest, he said. That's not a small thing. The school had something worth building on. McGonagall looked at him for a moment. Her expression was doing the complicated thing, but differently than usual, the complexity resolving rather than being managed. I'm glad you found the vault, she said. So am I, Harry said. The year moved toward its close. The Board of Governors voted on the defense curriculum proposal in April, 9-4 in favor, which Sharpclaw described in his letter as a decisive result, particularly given the composition of the board. The Lupin appointment was formally confirmed. The ministry published a working group recommendation on werewolf employment classification that stopped short of full reform but was, Harry's legal analysis suggested, the first step toward it. Voldemort was quiet. Not gone, Harry hadn't expected gone, but quiet, disembodied, very limited. The castle's ward matrix, fully functional and restored to Marin's original strength, was not a place a disembodied dark entity found comfortable, and Harry thought about this sometimes, about the fact that restoring the 3 founders' names and strengthening the foundational wards had made Hogwarts, structurally, significantly more resistant to the kind of influence Voldemort had been trying to exert through Quirrell. Not a coincidence. Marin had known something about this. Her texts were full of principles about the relationship between a place's acknowledgement of its full history and its resistance to corruption. A place that knows its own truth, she'd written, in the translation Hermione and Blackwood had produced, cannot be made to host a lie. Harry had read that line several times. The last night of term. June, the air warm and the castle full of end-of-year energy, exams finished, trunks packed, the specific relief and nostalgia of a year concluding. The great hall was loud at dinner and the enchanted ceiling showed a perfect summer evening and Harry sat between Ron and Hermione with Neville across from them, and the meal was excellent, and the noise was good, and the ring was warm on his hand. Afterward, in the evening, while the light was still there, the long northern summer light that lasted until 10 in Scotland, Harry went to the grounds. Down to the lake, because the lake in summer was the best view the castle had from outside, the water dark and still and the towers reflected in it and the mountains beyond. He sat on the bank and Sable landed on his shoulder and looked at the water with him. He thought about September and the vault and the voice, the sovereign has awakened, and about what awake meant, and what it had meant over the last 9 months. Not just power. Not just the ring. Something else, something that had to do with knowing what he was and what he was for and what the people around him needed from him and what he needed from them. He thought about Marin and Edric and Thessaly, their names back in the stone and the star charts and the founding plaque where they'd always belonged. He thought about the decree on the library wall, and the defense curriculum going forward, and the ministry meeting, and Quirrell in St. Mungo's sending a short, careful letter in April that had simply said thank you, and Sirius in Grimmauld Place learning to be in the world again, and Blackwood in the Slytherin dungeon writing things that were changing conversations in academic circles, and Ron and Hermione and Neville who had become something he would not give back for anything. He thought about the prophecy, patient and eventual. About Voldemort somewhere out there, diminished and thinking, and about the fact that the thinking they were both doing was the most important variable in what came next. He thought, I'm ready for what comes next. Not because I'm not afraid of it. Because I know what I'm doing and I know who I have and I know what this castle is. The ring pulsed once, slow and warm and complete. He'd been sitting for a few minutes when he heard footsteps on the path and Hermione sat on the bank beside him, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. Ron's still at dinner, she said. He's trying to fit in a final portion of treacle tart. I know, Harry said. Next year, Hermione said. It's going to be more complicated. Yes, Harry said. Voldemort will make another move, she said. It was not a question. Yes, Harry said. Probably not this year's specific approach. He'll find something different. He's genuinely intelligent and he's been thinking all year. So have we, Hermione said. So have we, Harry agreed. The water was very still and the sky was going slowly gold with the late evening, and the castle behind them was warm and lit and humming its fullest note, all 7 founders restored, all 7 founders' ring on its sovereign's hand, the foundational ward strong and clear and the architectural magic singing in the walls and the library full of Marin's texts and Edric's principles and Thessaly's theory and the books they were going to write themselves. I'm glad I got on your train, Hermione said. So am I, Harry said. She was quiet for a moment. Then, you're going to face Voldemort properly at some point. Not Quirrell. Actually him. Yes, Harry said. And you're not afraid of that. He looked at the ring. 7 colors turning slowly in the evening light, gold and silver and bronze and green and amber and clear and black, never settling, always moving. He thought about the vault, and the voice, and everything between then and now. He thought about what afraid meant and what he was and what he had. I'm afraid of the people around me being hurt, he said. I'm afraid of making mistakes I can't undo. I'm afraid of, he paused. I'm afraid of becoming someone who uses the power wrong. Who starts thinking the ring is the important thing rather than what it's for. That's the right thing to be afraid of, Hermione said. I know, he said. Which is why I'm not afraid of Voldemort. He lost that fear somewhere. He stopped being afraid of what he'd become and started being afraid only of what would stop him. He paused. That's where he went wrong. That's where it always goes wrong. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. You've thought about this a lot. All year, Harry said. She nodded, just once, the nod of someone whose hypothesis has been confirmed by evidence. Then she looked at the water and the castle and the water and the sky going gold above it, and said nothing, because nothing needed to be said. The summer term closed. The school emptied. The students went home. McGonagall and Dumbledore and Flitwick and Snape and all the others settled into the quiet rhythms of a school between years, the kind of deep institutional breath that August brings. The lake was still. The grounds were warm. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat at his desk with Fawkes on the perch behind him and the Sorting Hat on its shelf and the portrait predecessors asleep in their frames, and he wrote a letter. The letter was to himself, approximately, not an actual letter but a set of notes, which he did sometimes when he needed to think by writing rather than thinking and writing separately. The notes were about Harry. About the year. About what had happened and what was different and what the prophecy meant when its subject was this particular person. He wrote for an hour. Then he stopped and read what he'd written, and Fawkes made the sound he made when he wanted attention, and Dumbledore looked at the Phoenix for a long moment. "I know," Dumbledore said. "I was wrong about several things." Fawkes made another sound. "I'm trying," Dumbledore said. He set the notes aside. He looked at the window, at Hogwarts in summer, the grounds empty and green and the lake glittering in the late afternoon. He thought about a 10-year-old who had arrived in September with a ring on his hand and his parents' will in his pocket and had spent 9 months being exactly, precisely, completely himself, without permission and without apology. He thought, perhaps I was wrong about what the story needed. He thought, perhaps the story is better than I planned. He was not sure he'd earned the right to find comfort in that. But he found it anyway, cautiously, the way you find warmth in a room that has been cold for a long time. Harry Potter was on the train. The train moved through Scotland into England, through the long summer afternoon, and Harry sat at the window with his notebook and wrote, and Sable slept above him, and the ring was warm on his finger, and through the window the world was green and going gold, and ahead of him was a summer with Sirius and then another year and then whatever came after that, and he was 10 years old and he knew what he was and he knew what he was doing and he was going somewhere. He had always been going somewhere. He just knew where now.